Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call the council meeting to order, please. I'm sorry? I don't have a volume control here. I'll get close to the mic and speak as loudly as I can, but maybe somebody else will hear that comment. Thank you. Sure, we'll get a lot of advice tonight. I'll start with that. I just want to say, if the fire marshal were here, he would make us keep the aisles clear. So, although people can stand along the walls, you actually cannot stand right outside the aisleways where people could not exit if we had a fire tonight. So, I'm sorry, we do have upstairs in room 207, we have chairs, we have monitors up there, we have chairs outside with a monitor out here. But for the purposes of fire, I need to keep the aisleways clear. Is that Mr. City Manager, Mr. Weiss?
We've marked the aisles with blue tape in the hallways, so we need to keep the areas inside those blue areas clear per the fire marshal's direction. We really shouldn't start the meeting until we have the aisles clear. We do have a room 207. It has a monitor set up so people can listen and come down to speak as their item is on the agenda.
And also, that's better. See, I didn't even have to speak up. Thank you for. But also in the aisles outside of the, again, the theater seating here, we need to keep it clear. So, I'm sorry, could you guys move toward the wall if you're going to stand outside and not be in a chair? And folks outside, you have to stay outside where the blue tape areas are, please, or we won't be able to proceed. Okay. And with that, we have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Boy Scout Troop 321.
Color guard, front and center. Color guard, please prepare to present the colors. And will the audience please make way for the color guards? Color guards, advance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Color guard, please post the colors. Color guard dismissed. The audience may be seated.
And with that, we'll move on to order item number 2, which is changes to the order of the agenda. Council, I'd like to consider, we have obviously a large number of speaker slips tonight, especially for item number 10A. And what I'd like to try to do, but I'd just like Council to discuss this real quickly, how we'd like to handle it. I believe we will probably have more people wanting to speak for study areas 10 and 11, and to maybe, when we get to item number 10A, to move those study areas up to the very first part of that, and maybe also ask staff to do the presentation for those 2 areas first, and we could take public comment on that, just in the interest of trying to get full public comment tonight before the evening gets too late.
That'd be fine.
Council, any other thoughts or ideas on that front? Good. Okay. So we'll proceed along that basis. If things start to move a little bit longer before that, I may ask us to reconsider that. But at this point, we'll move forward with that understanding.
Not that it would necessarily take all that much time, but do we want to then move also the public hearing 9A to the end of the meeting? Agenda item 9A.
I'd certainly be amenable to that.
Why don't we go ahead and do that if the council's happy to do so?
Is council comfortable with that? I think we have consensus on that. So 9A will move to the end of the agenda for tonight, please. All right. Thank you very much, Council. And with that, we'll move to number 3, report from closed session. City Attorney Lanzone.
There's nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much. And then to item number 4, which is council communications and announcements. Councilmember Grocott.
Yes, I had 2 items that I think affect us. One is just staying up on articles about the investment funds that the county's in and that, of course, we are in as well. And that is affecting our investment funds, and it's also will be impacting our city retirement funds to some extent. So I would just ask that normally the investment reports, or quarterly reports, which I think are coming up in November, normally those are on the consent calendar, and I would just request that we go ahead and consider to have that, allot some time for it and not have it on the consent calendar, have it on the agenda so that we can discuss it and plan ahead that we will spend a little bit of time on that issue.
Investments moving forward.
Yes.
Staff, any problem with that?
We can put that on the regular agenda if you'd like.
Council, consensus on that? Great. Thank you.
And then the other item is I did go ahead and attend the meeting that was hosted by the Board of Supervisors on the SBWMA, and I noted in our interoffice memo from Mr. Mora that he reported a little bit on what I think at that time he was reporting on what was going to happen at that meeting, but what did happen at the meeting is, as part of their review, they recommended a subcommittee, or they proposed a review committee or an oversight committee that would look at the project. This is the transfer facility and financing details of the project. And I wondered if under staff reports, if you could just take that up and give us a report on what came of that meeting. You don't have to do it, I'm not saying now, but when we get to reports to council, if you could give us an update on that, what happened. That's it.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Royce.
Yes, just to mention a couple of our city events, both past and future. Yesterday, the St. Carlos Villagers, along with the museum, had a wonderful home tours. They had 3 homes. Our actual hunting lodge up on Dale. We had the log cabin, which was lived in by the Burdens for several years on Graceland, and the McDonald House on the corner of Walnut and Holly. They had about 200-plus people. Excellent tour. A lot of the history of San Carlos came out. It was a wonderful event. Coming up, of course, we have Halloween, Eucalyptus Street, and the Lions Club have their tri-tip coming this Saturday. And also, in 8 days, there's a little voting going on, so I remind you, get out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ahmad.
Yes, sir.
By the way, we did just check on air conditioning, so it's up all the way, if anybody else is hot. I just wanted to make the comment I made. It's hot in here before anybody started any comments. So, Councilmember Ahmad.
Sure. Just to follow on Councilman Royce's point, tomorrow is the last day to register for a vote-by-mail ballot. If you want to vote by mail, tomorrow is the last day you can register to do that. If you have a vote-by-mail, please remember that postmarks don't work. It has to be received by the registrar of elections by 8 p.m. on Tuesday. And if you're a little anxious about putting it in the mail, you can go right up to our second floor. There's a ballot drop box. Put it in there. Your ballot is all set. A week from tomorrow. But tomorrow is the last day to get the vote by mail. Yeah. The other thing is, Mr. Mayor, I did do I try to do a quarterly ride-along with the police, so I'd like to just acknowledge Chief Rothus, Commander John Reed, and Officers Stanley and Chappett for taking me around on Saturday night. It was a busy night. We had a fire. We had a couple of fights, some stuff that goes on, and it goes without saying, we probably don't say this often enough, but it takes a lot of work to make a very safe city. And folks, it seems like it's safe and it seems like it's calm, and it is, and it's because our police officers do a great job keeping things together. So I just wanted to put that out and say thanks again to the officers.
I'm sorry to hear the three of you fought, but other than that, it sounded like a good night. Vice Mayor Grisilli.
I have nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
All right, great. And then my update is really what I think maybe several people in this room were at on, was it Thursday night? We had the opening of Burton Park, and it was a great community event. There was probably had to be at least, I would say, 600-700 people out there, and it was a great opening of the park. Lots of families, kids were chomping at the bit, and it was great to see everybody out there, and it's great to have Burton Park open. A lot of positive comments so far on it, and keep in mind it's the first all-inclusive playground apparatus and park playground equipment in San Mateo County, which we're all very proud of.
Cut the tape.
Cut the tape. That was, yeah.
It was also probably the most dangerous ribbon cutting we've ever had, in that we had a stream of thousands of kids trying to run us over.
All right, with that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is we have a couple presentations tonight. First one is a presentation by Cheryl Pommerink, Executive Director of the San Carlos Chamber of Commerce, regarding Pass Christian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. On September 25th, 2005, the City Council at that time formally adopted the city of Pass Christian. That was right after Hurricane Katrina happened. And since this time, and I'm sure many of the people here, this city rallied to help some people we'd never ever met 3,000 miles away, and it was a wonderful, wonderful community effort on the part of San Carlos for 3 years. And Fred Kohler will do a little brief summary of all that we have done, but I wanted to read a letter. I've emailed the Rizzardis in Pass Christian, and I wanted to read a letter that Council Member Rizzardi wrote from the city of Pass Christian. It is with a deep sense of loss that I read of your understandable decision to phase out your Pass Christian commitment, but also with profound gratitude for all you have done for our beloved town. Few cities can claim to have done so much and documented it so well. In years to come, as painful memories of destruction and loss subside, the citizens of our town will fondly recall those, quote, California people who provided so much love, support, and assistance to so many in our greatest time of need. Wilma, my wife, and I feel very fortunate to have gotten to know so many of your finest citizens and pray that the wonderful relationships will continue for a long time. I plan to present your story, the letter that you all received in your packet, to our mayor and other city aldermen, fully expecting that we will be sending an official thank you proclamation to your city council. For now, thank you again from a grateful city official and citizen of Pass Christian for all your wonderful efforts, but thank you mostly for your gift of friendship. Sincerely, Lou Rizzardi. And with that, I will turn the podium over to Fred Kohler, who will tell you a little bit about what we've done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl, Mr. Mayor, council members, fellow members of the community. It's a pleasure to be up here on something that we can all feel good about. So knowing that this is a busy agenda, I would like to take a moment to tell you a little bit about the adventure. 3 years ago, at the request of the San Carlos Ministerial Association, a group of us met at the library to consider how we as a community could respond to Katrina, the disastrous hurricane that hit the Gulf Coast. More or less by chance, we chose to focus our efforts on the city of Pass Christian, Mississippi, which the city of San Carlos later adopted. Looking back, our goals were modest compared to what we achieved, but from the outset, we committed to sustain our efforts over the long term. From the beginning, the approach was direct involvement, church to church, school to school, library to library, government to government, chamber to chamber, service organization to service organization, and so on. Over the past 3 years, the community of San Carlos has contributed approximately $300,000 in cash, goods, and services to Pass Christian. This included over $120,000 in cash, 2 tractor-trailer loads of paint donated by Kelly Moore with an approximate retail value of approximately $125,000, and many other contributions from schools, service clubs, and other groups. Over 20 members of our community made organized trips to the pass at their own expense to assist in the recovery and subsequent rebuilding efforts there. Others went on their own. Several made more than one trip. 3 city council members made the trip, including Matt Grocott, who went 3 times, and including 2 past mayors. We hosted 3 separate visits of folks from Pass who participated in 2 different Hometown Day parades. In the past, we first mucked out homes, picked up debris, and later we rehabbed homes and built new ones. Perhaps more importantly, we listened to the stories of the people of the past, and along the way we developed lasting friendships. We will always remember Lou and Wilma, Don and Minna, Randy and Deborah, Willie and Dora, Jeannie, and many others. While there, we also noted the marvelous volunteer efforts and the great volunteer spirit of this nation. The volunteer stories are almost as moving as those of the past. Other individuals, communities, and organizations joined our efforts in Pass Christian, and we observed comparable efforts in other cities along the Gulf Coast. But San Carlos is particularly recognized because of the early and long-term commitment to Pass Christian. In June of this year, Bunny and I again visited the Pass, my 5th visit there. Of the approximately 6,500 residents before Katrina, 3,500 have returned, and although very few additional returnees are expected, the population is growing as the new people come to an attractive area. It takes generations to grow a city, and it will take generations to rebuild one. FEMA trailers have given way to Katrina cottages. Homes continue to be rebuilt at the rate of a couple hundred a year. New public and parochial schools are being built and should open soon. City services are fully operational. The construction of a new city hall and library should start shortly. And in many ways, they are experiencing some of the same challenges we experience here in San Carlos. Fortunately, although the pass has had some flooding as a result of Hurricane Gustav, no one was displaced. So, in summary, our Katrina response has now drawn to an end, but the San Carlos community will always be remembered by the people of Pass Christian. Thank you very much.
Gerald, do you have anything else? Okay, great.
For the city.
Great. Well, I just want to thank everybody in San Carlos, Councilmember Grocott, Mr. Kohler, everybody that's taken place in this. This has been a mammoth effort over the years. Everybody that's gone to Pass Christian has come back the richer for the experience. And again, I think it's a great thing that the City of San Carlos pulls together and thinks about other people in altruistic efforts like this. And it's a great comment on the city and the citizens of San Carlos. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to item number 5B, which is a presentation of proclamations to Stephen Frangos, Kevin Taylor, Dan Hendricks, and Andrew Vavuris from Troop 31 upon receiving their Eagle Scout awards. So could I please ask for Kevin and Dan? I want you to come join me up here so I can embarrass you properly. Andrew and Stephen, could you come up to stand up here and face the audience? Normally I don't have to lean like this. We have a portable microphone, but I'm going to get comfortable. I'd like to read the proclamation real quick to these 4 fine young men upon achieving their awards. Whereas the Boy Scouts of America is a character-building organization composed of young men who are seeking to prepare themselves as better leaders and citizens for tomorrow by developing those traits and strengths of characters of all people. And whereas scouting plays a vital force in the lives of many hundreds of boys in the city of San Carlos who are guided by a great many adult volunteers who have given generously of their time and talents. And the special and unique honor of achieving the highest award in scouting has been earned by, could you guys just step forward as I say your names? Kevin Taylor. Thank you. Dan Hendricks. Just take one step forward and stay right there. I'm sorry, in scouting you get much more direct. I'll work on it. Dan, if you could take one step forward and stay there. Dan Hendricks. Andrew Vavoris. I'm sure I pronounced that perfectly. How was that? Vavoris, excuse me. And Stephen Frangos. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Brad Lewis, Mayor of the City of San Carlos, hereby congratulate you all on your fine work. And now, I get to embarrass you and have you, let's give him a hand. And we like to embarrass the Scouts by just having us give us a sentence or two on what their final project was to earn their Eagle Scout Award. So if you could come over and gracefully lean over the side of this and face the audience like I am and talk about your project very briefly, we'd appreciate it.
I'm Kevin Taylor, and my Eagle Scout project was, I found that Chilton Park was in need of another feature, so I designed, built, and installed a new bench in Chilton Park, which you can enjoy there, and improve some of the trails.
Great.
My name is Dan Hendricks, and I created or rebuilt a fence rail for an old pathway leading up to Ralston Middle School.
My name is Andrew Vavoris, and I collected donations for Lucille Packard Children's Hospital Resource Center. I collected books, movies. I collected money, and I bought magazine subscriptions and board games for Lucille Packard Children's Hospital.
I am here actually on the behalf of my brother Stephen because he's away at college right now. But he put in a drainage system at the Karl Mott throwing fields, and it was a lot of work.
All right, and with that, we'll move straight on to item number 6, which is public comment. And this is for persons wishing to address the City Council on matters not on the posted agenda this evening. And my first speaker card is from Jack Hirsch, who will be followed by Mark Olbert.
Council members, Mayor, Jack Hirsch, and I've lived in San Carlos since I built my home in 1955. That's 53 years, and watched this city grow from a little cow town to a hustling community. Unfortunately and embarrassingly, this is the second city council meeting I've attended in those 53 years, and of course both of them have been with a problem. This is minor to the, looks like the hornet's nest that I've walked into here. But for the last 2 years, I travel a lot, and sometimes I'm gone for as much as 2 months at a time. And what my problem has been, the newspaper that they deliver, that Examiner, that just a throwaway newspaper. And my home is in a kind of an isolated area on a main thoroughfare, Beverly Drive, which comes off from the hill down. And what happens is, while I'm gone for 2 months, these newspapers build up in my driveway, which is an open invitation to anybody that has ill intent to notice that there's nobody here for a long period of time. I have called everybody at the Examiner. I've talked to the circulation manager. I've talked to everybody here. You're the last resort. And they have tried to get this newspaper stopped. I don't mind the newspaper being delivered to people that want it, but I don't want it for reasons that I've just explained. And I've talked to the circulation manager, who also has tried to stop it, and he told me, this is just last week, that many people in my area are complaining to him about the same thing, but the Examiner newspaper does not control the delivery. It's farmed out to a separate company, and they can't do anything about it.
I'm sorry to
So the only
interrupt
thing-
you, Mr.
pardon
Hirsch.
me?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have 2-minute maximum for public speaking tonight.
The
So
only thing, what
if you
I would
please
like
wrap it
to
up.
see is some kind of anti-littering law that the city itself can help to stop this.
And what I'll do is, staff has heard your comments tonight, and we'll have some correspondence about that. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Weiss, or Mr. Lanzone, would you like to answer that? So if you could talk, Mr. Hirsch, we'll get your information from your speaker slip, and they can be in contact with you. Does that work, Mr. Weiss? Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. And next is Mark Olbert. And I should just be clear, we do have 2 minutes maximum public speaking time, and we have what could be well over 2 to 3 hours of public speaking tonight, so I'm going to have to keep it very tight for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Olbert.
Thank you, Brad. Twice in the last 5 years, someone has sprayed massive levels of poison into my backyard in order to destroy some trees that live in a particular part of my yard. There's a lot of evidence to indicate that that attack was perpetrated from the yard of my uphill neighbor. 5 years ago, when the first attack took place, I did file a report with the police, but I didn't press them to do anything about it. This next time, when the trees were destroyed again in August, I did file a report, and I did press to have an investigation done. After a brief review of the situation, the police declined to go any further with it. Chief Rophouse was kind enough to explain to me the logic behind that decision, and I completely understand the logic of it, but as I told him privately, and I'm here to tell you publicly tonight, I disagree with the conclusion that was reached. Effectively, what's happened is what I fear is we're sending a message to the community that if there's something in a neighbor's yard that you don't care for, that you don't like, just destroy it. And as long as you don't do it on camera or when somebody's watching, nothing will happen to you. I'm here tonight to ask that that situation be reviewed and that some attempt to find and hold accountable the person who did this, and I have a very good idea of who it is, I won't go into why, that be undertaken. Because I think that I should not have, as a property owner, have to worry about whether or not my family's health and safety is at risk because somebody thinks that for their good life, they want to destroy my good life by putting the people in my home at risk. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Olbert. And staff, you can please make note of that. Maybe we can communicate to council status of that for us, please. Pat Bell, followed by Drew Shell.
Pat Bell, San Carlos. I want to talk for just a minute, maybe a minute and a half, about the process that brought item 10A before you tonight. As you know, the land use maps were done before discussion of...
I'm getting a head shaking about this is about on the posted agenda as opposed to not on the posted agenda.
No, I'm talking about the process, not the land use alternative.
Sorry, Pat, I mean, it sounds like it's related to 10A. That would be the time to speak on it.
Pat, I can have you speak first.
Disagree, and I'd like that reviewed. Thank you very much.
Drew Shell. Thank you, Mrs. Bell. I'll put you at the beginning of 10A.
That's fine. Your choice.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. In just 2 weeks, you are scheduled to consider the proposed Winding Way annexation. And as you are no doubt aware, I believe this complex matter is being rushed and not enough time is being allowed for public review and input regarding the final EIR that was released just 10 days ago after 3 full years of silence on the matter. You already have my detailed arguments as to why I think this rushed scheduling is inappropriate. I won't go into that more tonight. I would simply point out that I'm not alone in my thinking on this matter. And if I could just have a raise of hands or applause of people. It's not even on the agenda tonight.
I'm sorry, Drew. I'm sorry, everybody. Literally, tonight we have 2 to 3 hours of public comment. Drew, please let me speak. Thank you. All night long, we can't do this. We're not going to be able to have applause and all of us. We won't get through it, and I'll have to shorten the amount of time for public speaking in order to take care of the response. So really, it's not fair to everybody that wants to speak tonight, and our only recourse is to shorten public comment. So please, everybody, let's try to maintain our enthusiasm and our strong thoughts. Mr. Shaw, please continue.
I am just about done. So just as an example, you can see there's a lot of opposition, and I simply ask you to consider the matter carefully and recognize that the public is very interested in having more time to evaluate this and provide you their valuable input. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we are all in receipt, I believe, of your communication and everything, and we appreciate your detailed attention to the matter. Robert Cooey, followed by Stephen Schrey.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief. Also, with respect to the Winding Way annexation, I just really recently received notice that this was going to be addressed again. 3 years ago when this was brought up, I believe there was substantive, serious issues that were raised and are not addressed, and it is being run through on an inappropriately quick schedule. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooey. Stephen Schrey?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Lanzone. It's been a number of years since I've been here talking about Winding Way. I represent myself and a large group of folks in and around the community called the Devonshire Canyon Open Space Alliance. There's a new City Council, aside from one, new city staff, new city manager. We have a long history of working with the city on this topic. I would encourage all of you, a fresh group, to take a fresh look and an objective look at the Winding Way project. I would encourage all of us to take the time required and warranted for a thorough review and an objective review of the topics at hand. I would encourage you to inform yourself about the history of the project. There has been tremendous work and writing done on the topic. I would like to work with you and have the Devonshire Canyon Open Space Alliance to work with you to make sure that you are all well informed and with a balanced set of information, and that you make decisions that are best for the whole community. And that we all look at what's to apply not just the letter, but the spirit of the process, the spirit of CEQA, and the spirit of the Environmental Impact Report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schrey. And Diane Rabb.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and City Councilman. My name is Diane Ray, and I live on Chesham Avenue. I'm here to request that you postpone the November 10th hearing on Winding Way to give it adequate time to come up to speed on this complex issue which last came up 3 years ago. I think it's a really important issue in terms of the future of city annexation policy, particularly considering that it's an environmentally sensitive area in a riparian corridor. I ask you to postpone it to allow 30 days for review, but also November 10th is a 4-day weekend for the San Carlos School District, and I have many friends and I know many families who will be out of town that week and wouldn't be able to attend the hearing. So I think that particular day wouldn't give adequate opportunity for public input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have no other speaker comments for public comment this time. We'll move on to item number 7. Item number 7 is the approval of the consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There's no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action. So with that, I'll entertain anyone from council or public that would, excuse me, Mr. Weiss.
We would like to pull item K from tonight's agenda and continue that until the next meeting.
Yes, item 7K is pulled from consent. Any other?
I would like to have reported item L, if it still stands then, to have that reported on by staff, not just approved on the consent calendar. And if I, the
Report on
typical
by staff
process
in
would
closed
be,
session? Do you mean? Is that, I'm sorry.
item L is still on the,
The MOU, I understand. So you want a staff report on that?
let's see.
I'm not sure what you...
Well, item L is a contract similar to item K, but that contract has been distributed to the city council, and we're prepared to move forward on item L. We've discussed it with the council previously. The contract is ready for approval. The only thing I would say is that we do have, I think people in the audience who are interested in this particular item would like to see how it's going to transpire. You typically would move it to the end of the agenda. If Mr. Grocott has a specific question we could address quickly, we could try to attend to it now, but I'm not sure what...
Again, typically we do move this to the end of the agenda unless there's a quick resolution. Is there something that you think is...
Well, just principally, I don't believe reporting out a closed session what we did on negotiations with labor contracts. I don't think it's sufficient just to have it on the consent calendar. I believe it should be reported to the public what those agreements are. It's,
okay.
You know, these agreements...
So why don't we... We'll pull it, and then do you want to... We'll put on an agenda when we can do a report at the same time. Do I understand what you mean?
Yes, that would be
fine.
fine. That would be
Council
great.
Consensus on that? Okay, so we...
I'm not clear. Are you moving it to the next meeting, or are you moving it to the end of tonight's agenda?
We're going to move it to the end of... If you can make it a presentation tonight, we'll move it to the end of the agenda.
Fair enough.
Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough.
Very good. All right, so
one
items
other-
7K and L so far are pulled?
Yeah, and one other item, I don't need to pull it, but I don't see the city engineer, public works director here, but I did speak to him on two items, and there was a clarification on item J. Is the city manager prepared to speak on that? Just where the funding is coming from, the matching funds?
It's RDA money.
Right, and just so that's clear to the council, that
Okay.
wasn't clear in the staff report, and I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor, move for the approval of consent calendar items 7A through J. Do I need to read G? Okay. Adopting item 7G, adopting ordinance number 1403, adopt a plan of development for purposes of construction of a multifamily housing development unit with 34 dwelling units, providing 57 parking spaces at 1525 Cherry Street and 700 Chestnut Street.
I'll second that.
Christine?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Lewis?
Yes. So item 7L will be at the end of the agenda tonight. And with that, item number 8, reports to council. Do you have any reports to council tonight? None? Great. We'll move on to, let me see, we moved item 9A to the end, which will precede 7L. Right, 7L will be our very last business. And with that, we move on to item number 10A, which will please all, I'm sure. So, Mr. Savay, if you could do a presentation, and then what we will do, with council's permission, I think I was getting nods earlier, we will, because we have so many speaker slips on this item, for areas, I believe, study area 11 and study area 10, that we'll move those sections forward for, and get public comment right up front on all those.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. As you know, we're currently in the midst of our general plan update, and I'd like to make a brief introduction. I understand we're going to go to items 10 and 11 first, but a quick introduction here. This is Steve Nowak over here and Ben Noble from DC&E. They're our consultants that are assisting us with the general plan update, and Mr. Nowak is going to assist me with the presentation tonight. And so what we're going to do is I am going to go through a brief introduction of the process and where we are today, and then I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Nowak to handle 10, and then I'm going to handle 11, and then we'll open it up to the City Council for discussion.
And so, Mr. Zaveri, for those that might speak, because on the speaker slips, I don't always have designations for those study areas. If we get other public comment, we'll just have to take it all at time. Then you can present the information that has to do with those items after public comment. Is that correct?
That's fine.
Great. Thank you.
So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to get your input on the preferred land use alternative recommendation from the Planning Commission and the General Plan Advisory Committee. And the outcome we'd like to see this evening is for you to consider those 11 study areas and adopt a preferred land use alternative. And with that, we can move forward in the process. And this slide that you see here is a process slide that shows the entire process. It's about an 18 to 24-month process. And we're about halfway through the process. That's the yellow line there. And again, we're about halfway through the process. And I want to make one thing clear is that tonight is a milestone event, but it's not a final decision-making event. It's a place where it will allow us to continue along in our fulfilling the general plan update. With adoption of this preferred land use alternative tonight, then we'll be able to continue with the process. We'll be able to draft the preliminary goals, policies, and actions there for review, and that will be taken on by the GPAC and the Planning Commission. And then we'll be able to start with the EIR and the draft general plan as well. And so there will be other opportunities to review the general plan update and all the land use decisions and the goals, the policies, and actions that are made through the process. I think we've got good momentum on the process right now, and we're on schedule and we're in budget. Now, in terms of the drilling down just a little bit, in terms of the process, I wanted to show you a process map just to show you how we got to where we are with the land use map. So there was a 5-step process just for the alternatives land use map, and we're at the 5th step in that process. It's been about 8-9 months of public review. Now, one of the hallmarks of this general plan process, and what I'm interested in continuing, is a collaborative involvement process. All the GPAC meetings have been open to the public, and there has been a good deal of interaction between the GPAC and the public, and I'm always pleased to see people attending the meetings. And earlier in the year, we had a study session with the Planning Commission and the City Council to go over the land use alternatives before they get out. They were released to the public. And then I'll talk about the workshop in a moment. But the land use plan that was before you tonight was also considered twice by the Economic Development Advisory Committee. We had some GPAC study sessions. We had 6 speakers come at different times to inform the community and the GPAC about what is current in updating general plans. And we had a commission study session on October 6th. We also have a couple of subcommittees, the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee and the Housing Subcommittee, who both had public forums most recently, and we had real good turnouts for those meetings as well. Now, in terms of the workshop, I wanted to talk about this for just a moment. We had a workshop back in July for the whole community on the land use alternatives, and we had a real good turnout. We had about 115 people from the community at this workshop in July. And the input was discussed in depth, and it was considered very carefully by the General Plan Advisory Committee. In fact, many of the General Plan Advisory Committee members were either sitting at those tables or facilitating the discussion. So they got a real hands-on, first-hand input into what the community was saying. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go right to study area number 10, and I'm going to have Mr. Nowak come up and discuss that in just a moment. So let me just find that slide here in our presentation, and then after Mr. Nowak finishes, I'm going to go into study area 11. There you go, Steve.
Thank you and good evening. Study Area 10, which is the only part of the unincorporated area around San Carlos, which is within the city's sphere of influence, is an area that we've actually just learned based on a resolution that predated the existing general plan has been designated in the city for single-family, low-density residential, certainly back as far, this was a resolution from 1998. So I'll explain I'm sorry, I apologize, 1988. I'll explain the sequence that led up to the designation as we're presenting it. During the GPAC review, the GPAC was given basically three alternatives looking at this area. And at the time, it was not clear that this had been designated in a previous general plan as single-family low density. The GPAC had the options of leaving the area as it was, which at the time we were under the impression that it was not designated within the city, that it was designated in the county's general plan. The other option was to look at the low density, which is 3 units per acre. And then finally, the other option was looking at a medium density designation, which was 6 dwelling units per acre. And the GPAC decided to go ahead with the low density designation. So really, what it turns out the GPAC had done is basically validate the designation as it has stood since 1998 and 88 and previous to the 1992 general plan. I'm sorry. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from council on the staff report for study area 10?
Just one question. From what you're saying, there were not very many options for the GPAC, Planning Commission, or really for us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because any option would basically take the general plan designation out of the city's general plan down the road. It would amend the general plan to take it out, and then it would just return to the county's general plan and zoning designation for the area.
And how does our low density compares with the current county? In what fashion?
Well, I know that the low density is 3 dwelling units per acre. I'm not sure what the county's density is. I don't know.
That seems like that.
Very similar.
Excuse me?
It's most likely very similar to that. That's a very, very low density.
That'd be a nice figure to know.
Sorry?
I said that would be a nice figure to know in order to make a move on this. It would be nice to know what it's designated currently in comparison terms between what the county is now and what.
If we decided to change it.
Yeah. I suppose the way this would be important is any parcels that are annexed would be annexed under that designation, is correct?
That's correct.
Under the county designation?
No,
under our general plan
designation,
designation,
whatever we said.
And then supporting zoning.
Yeah.
And existing is single-family low density. This is exactly what's in the current general plan.
This is in the current general plan. Now, keep in mind, this is unincorporated, so the county still has the land use authority in this area. This is just indicating what the city would like to see in the long run in an area under their sphere of influence.
I understand that, but there's no additional property. This is everything. There's nothing different than the existing general plan in this designation.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So what I don't have any other questions except I would really like to know what that
Mr.
comparative.
Mayor, we do have the information actually. A build-out analysis done by the county said that there would, under their designation, there would be 57 units, and under our designation, there would be 29 total units. So our designation would be much less than the county.
Okay, good answer. All right, thank you. And that's with low density. If we stay with the recommendation of low density. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. You're out of breath. We appreciate the information. Other comments by council or questions on the report? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Zvay, will we take the presentation for study number area 11?
If you like, I can do that.
I think we should do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's 11 study areas before you under consideration this evening. And this map represents the consolidated map with all the General Plan Advisory Committee recommendations and also the Planning Commission recommendations. The Planning Commission revisions that were made to those General Plan Advisory Committee recommendations are there in the red circle areas. And study area 11, this is study area 11, and this is the area on both sides of Holly Street from Industrial South to County Road. So this is the area, study area 11 that we're looking at. So let's take a closer look at this study area. Now, this is the GPAC proposal. So this area has been discussed by the General Plan Advisory Committee and vetted at community-wide events and at their meetings for the last 8 months or so. The Gateway Overlay District designation that is noted there would be supported by policies in the general plan that would encourage consolidation of lots and with the objective of realigning Holly Street to create developable parcels. But at the same time, it would ensure high-quality development and attractive landscaping and pedestrian and roadway improvements. So it would be an improvement to Holly Street. That's the intent with the Gateway. The current residential designation is single-family residential in both the zoning and the general plan. The recommendation by the GPAC is to do a multifamily low-density designation. That would be 10 to 20 dwelling units to the acre with a two-story maximum. So two-story maximum would be similar to a single-family house with 2 stories. So two-story house is about 28 feet. So that's the GPAC. Now, what you see here on the screen at the lower right-hand corner is the GPAC recommendation as compared to what you see here is the Planning Commission recommendation. So on October 6th, the Planning Commission moved to support the GPAC recommendation for Holly Street Gateway Overlay and also the medium family low density designation. However, after deliberation, the Commission considered extending the gateway concept and the multifamily low density designation to the single family parcels on the south side of this street here. Thank you, Springfield, of course. So the Commission's intent was to make it more likely for parcel assemblage to take place. So the parcels facing Springfield Drive, as I noted, are all single-family residential currently, and R1 in the general plan and in the zoning ordinance. The proposal also included redesignating these two parcels here on Fairfield Drive to neighborhood retail to make a retail area that's already there more viable, as one of the parcels is adjacent to, or these are both adjacent to, the existing neighborhood retail as they face Industrial Road. Now, there has been a lot, as we all know, this has generated a lot of controversy in the community, and there's been a lot of information going around the community, and a lot of this is misinformation. It's not factual in its basis, and so I want to clear a few things up. One, I talked about the idea of what the Holly Street Gateway concept is, talked about what was recommended by the General Plan Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission, in that it's 2 stories. R1 single family, again, is 2 stories, maximum 28 feet. There would be no eminent domain. There would be no taking of any properties. There would be no 50-foot high buildings. In fact, the City of San Carlos cannot, by law, acquire residential property for the purposes of private development. And if anybody wants any more information on that, you can look Proposition 99 up on the Internet. And that concludes the staff presentation, and we're available to answer questions on areas 10 or 11.
Just one clarification off the top. City staff recommendation was to include Springfield or not to include Springfield?
The city staff never made a recommendation on the Holly Street Gateway project at all. It came out of discussions at the GPAC level. So city staff is just here to report what the GPAC and the Planning Commission did. So we didn't make any recommendation, and we still don't.
Thank you. Council members, questions for Mr. Sauvé on study area 11?
I have one quick that's just sort of a technical thing, and that is, can you explain to us, this is an overlay. Tell us what is the meaning of an overlay. What are the, I guess, legal ramifications, or give us a description. Tell us what that means.
Well, an overlay district is typically used in zoning, and what it does is it allows you to apply special development standards to a special area of your community. So typically it's used in zoning. This is a unique occurrence in applying it to a general plan, so it is unique. But the concept is to say, okay, we recognize this area as very special, and we want to connect special policies to the general plan if anything is ever developed. For instance, you can connect policies such as, if there's a new road there or trees there, it has to be a tree-lined street with trees every 25 feet. It has to have really good pedestrian sidewalks. So the idea is to apply special conditions to a special area of the community and overlay it on that area that you've designated.
Okay, follow-up question. It doesn't, I appreciate your answer, but I'm still trying to understand why do it as an overlay? Is there another way to do it that would have different ramifications? Does it mean that the underlying still remaining zoning of R1 remains in place? It's only at such time that a developer might come in and buy the properties that it triggers over and becomes this other kind of district? Why overlay?
Well, there's two things happening here, and I think I'm going to try and put them together. One is a land use designation, which designates how many dwelling units to the acre you can get on a piece of property. So that's the residential land use designation. And most of the time, in the rest of our community, we didn't do any overlays. We just said, here's the density, the residential density for this area of the city. The difference here is that it's pretty numerical. It's 10 to 20 dwelling units to the acre. That is a land use designation for residential. But there typically isn't anything in the general plan. You can have some general information in a general plan about a specific area that here's the purpose of it, here's what you mean by it. But because this is such a special area of our community, the idea of GPAC was to attach very special ideas to that density designation. So they're two separate things. You don't have to have an overlay. You could just say that we want to have single-family or multifamily low density. Currently, the designation is single-family low density. But the recommendation is to bump it up to the next level, which would be medium low density, 10 to 20 dwelling units to the acre. That would be the land use designation. So you don't have to have the special overlay zone. It's being applied here because this is a special area. I hope.
Mr. Savay, can I interrupt through the chair? Sometimes, different thought. Let me ask the question, maybe you can answer it. Here's what I think.
Bob, excuse me, Councilmember, before you go on, it's very important in here, we have a system that picks up all your cell phones and records the calls. That's why you're hearing that zzz. So turn off your cell phones, please, your Raspberries, whatever you got. Please shut them off. That interferes with our system here. Thank you.
Blueberries.
Your blueberries, too.
Anyway, Mr. Savay, let me ask a question, and maybe by answering it, it'll be a little clearer. If you, let's say I live on Crestview. Right now, that's single family, just like it is on Holly. If I wanted to put an apartment building on Crestview in my house, I'd have to come in for a special variance and a special permit to do that, wouldn't I?
You'd have to change the land use designation.
Right.
Yeah, special, yeah.
Right, okay. But by doing this, what this allows is if a person wanted to put an apartment building or two-story multi-unit building on Holly Street, they would not have to come in for any special permit or designation because there's an overlay to that property. So it gives that property has two ways to go. Is that right or wrong?
Halfway.
Halfway.
Okay.
I'm trying.
So the land use designation, you're right. I mean, if you want to do something in a single-family residential neighborhood on up at Crestview, you can't do anything more than single-family.
Right.
Okay. You have to redesignate it.
I'd have to go in for
you have to
special
go
permits.
to a higher land use, residential land use designation, a higher numerical
okay, I got it.
number of units per acre.
Right.
Okay. So that's just the designation, the land use designation. This overlay, the intent is to support that designation with policies. Maybe that's an easier way to. So here's a number. You say you can only do one house on an acre. But the idea of this overlay is to say, okay, but we also want all this other stuff, and we want to attach this to the general plan policies, okay? So we're saying the General Plan Advisory Committee and Planning Commission are saying, we want to raise up the how many units per acre you can get, and we want it to be special. That's the overlay, is the special part where it's attached back to the general plan.
Okay, so the follow-up question then is, if we didn't do an overlay, and someone wanted to put a two-story apartment building on Holly, if we didn't do the overlay, they'd have to come in just like in Crestview, and we'd have to go through a process to do all this.
What's before you tonight is to say, yeah, you can do low-density housing on Holly Street, like townhouses and things like that, or duplexes or whatever, something higher than single-family. So you wouldn't have to come to the city.
But my point is, if there is no overlay, it would be just like Crestview.
No.
Okay,
If there was no
I'm missing
overlay,
it.
you
I'm
could
missing
still
it. Sorry, folks, I'm a little slow.
I get where you're going.
May I attack it?
Sure. Add one last thought before I lose it here.
Okay.
Forget it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna come at it from a different angle.
Sure. And maybe can also jump in. Mr. Nowak, if you'd like to jump in.
Yeah, I would like to say one thing.
Let me ask my question. It might clarify it.
Sure.
Okay. I once worked on a project here in the city, around by Cherry Street, close to City Hall, residential. And we did a little work, and then we come to find out that it's zoned central retail or something like that. And what that meant was that this property owner, they could repair their roof, they could do a kitchen remodel or whatever, but they couldn't add on to their house because being in central retail kind of locked them in. Because what the city is looking for is that area where this single-family house sits to become central retail core. In other words, change over to retail. So it limits what the homeowner could do. With an overlay, would those same limits apply that, a homeowner comes in and wants to add on to their house? They live on Holly Street, they live on Springfield on this particular side of the street, and they want to do a remodel to their house, understanding that somewhere down the road a developer might come in, swoop up all the properties that they can, and build something. That's what I'm driving at.
Okay, I'd like to take a crack really quick, Bob. The difference is one's just a number of how many units per acre you can get, and the other is you want to be able to guide the appearance of what happens. So you want to say, we want this to look really good. Not just that you can build apartments or houses, but that we also want it to have streamlined streets, wide sidewalks. We want to improve traffic circulation. That's the overlay.
So additional special conditions. City Attorney Lanzone, you wanted to jump in.
Correct. Typically, when you have an overlay district, it's an alternative use. You could have multifamily or you could have single family. And you could do either, and both are legal conforming uses, just as you said. I think what Mr. Survey is also discussing is the fact that in the overlay as presented, there may be a few more, there are other bells and whistles that go along with that overlay. So it's not just a matter of residential versus single-family residential versus commercial, but then there are other elements that apply in this overlay district. But it is an alternative, and they're both legal conforming, and they both apply to the same property.
So there are design standards that have to do with the gateway. Are there other questions for Mr. Survey before we move on to public comment, please?
Yeah, actually a question for our city attorney, and I know Al just said it and he printed it up on the screen, but a lot of the letters that we've received, and I know that I received in talking to people, was the concern of the homeowner or the resident on Holly and being forced to sell their house. So this the situation of comment, Mr. Lanzone, of the city or a developer or the redevelopment agency, or a situation where a developer is able to buy 2 properties on the left side of me and 3 properties on the right side of me. I mean, is there a situation where an owner is going to be forced to accept an offer or forced to move or sell? How does that work?
Proposition 99 was passed by the voters just this June, 2008. There was Proposition 98 in the ballot, Proposition 99. 99 specifically indicates it bars state and local governments from using eminent domain to acquire owner-occupied residences for conveyance to a private person or business entity for private development. Okay. This goes back to that case that was in Connecticut, where Bridgeport, where they bought up private land so the developer could build a shopping center. You can't do that anymore. Local government still has its inherent eminent domain powers for public improvements. So if you wanted to, roads, parks, those things, but not for purposes of turning private property that's owner-occupied over to a developer for building apartments or shopping centers or anything like that.
Thank you. No, that's it.
That's it. Okay, clarification. All right, with that, we're going to move on to public comment. Now, public comment will be for whatever area, the general plan that the public chooses to comment on. And after we take public comment, the council will consider study areas 10 and 11 first, as we previously discussed. But again, on the speaker slips, people will speak to any area of study in the general plan that they wish to speak to at this time. We'll have staff presentation of those areas after public comment, or after we consider areas 10 and 11. Pat Bell, would you like to speak on item number 10A based on your previous? Following Pat Bell will be Scott Marsters. We have over about 50 speaker slips for this. That's going to be almost 2 hours if everybody takes 2 minutes. So I'll try to queue up the next couple of people. If you could sort of come over closer to the podium on one side or the other so you'll be ready to speak. And as far as combining speaking time tonight, if anybody who's filled out a card wants to give their card to somebody else, I'm just going to allow 1 extra minute for that speaker. So instead of 2, one speaker could get 3, but only if somebody else has filled out a card. Ms. Bell.
Thank you. I have a card for Kendra. I just forgot to bring it up here. So I get the 2 minutes for all 3 study areas that I put in speaker slips for. Is that the deal?
You now have 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thanks. I hope that some of the people who think this process stinks are going to get up here and speak. I'm pretty confident that my neighbors are going to get up here and tell you what we think about this thing the Planning Commission wants to do to our neighborhood. So I want to concentrate on a couple of other things that the Planning Commission did. One is increasing the density of the numbers for medium density. That changes the entire map that was vetted by GPAC for months and months. So I would ask you to look very carefully at what that's going to mean. Because when it left GPAC, medium density was up to 50 units per acre, and now it's 59 units per acre. So a substantial increase in density all over the map. The neighborhood hubs concept was thrown out by the Planning Commission. That's such an important idea that, again, we discussed for months. But I can't tell you exactly what it means because we haven't gotten to that part yet. We did the maps first, and then we're going to talk about what it means, the policies and all that. But the idea of a neighborhood hub is a place where people will naturally run into their neighbors and get to know them and gather, and it could be the little store that I grew up with, or a deli, or the Devonshire little store, whatever. And I went to the Housing Leadership Conference last week before last now, and heard a lot of support for that notion to fight childhood obesity, to give seniors who no longer drive the opportunity to get out and socialize with their neighbors and to shop for themselves. There are just a multitude of reasons. And if it's not in the map tonight, when you finish, the GPAC can't talk about it at all. It's over. Anything that's not on your map when you finish tonight is dead and gone. The GPAC can't talk about putting it back in or what it might be if it went back in. So I would urge you to put that back in, and multifamily housing in Area 7. If you don't like it when you get the final general plan next year, you can pull it out, go back to the status quo. You have one more chance. The rest of us, the public and the GPAC, don't have another chance. So if we're going to look at these things carefully and define them and refine them for you, we got to have them on the map. If it's not on the map, it isn't going to happen.
And you're out of time, Mrs. Bell.
Okay. I still don't think that overlay has been properly explained, but you're not going to give me time to do that. The overlay part is beautification. The density part is separate.
Thank you very much. Scott Marsters, followed by Victoria, and pardon me if I pronounce anybody's name wrong tonight, Najar.
I'm going to read a 5-minute speech in 3 minutes here. Early in the process of the general plan, it was described as a shared vision for the future of San Carlos. I believe that vision includes all of San Carlos. So over the past year, I suggested several ideas to GPAC, which were discussed at the general plan's community outreach meetings and by GPAC itself. I'm here to discuss 2 of them. The first is the idea of neighborhood hubs, exactly what Pat said. By not including the idea of neighborhood hubs in the general plan, you prevent most of the residents of San Carlos from having services within a walkable distance and continue to put an undue burden on those who do live close to existing services. I urge you to include the neighborhood hubs as part of the general plan land use map for the good of all the residents of San Carlos. Second thing I would like to do is attempt to explain a little bit about the Holly Street overlay. I would like to say that I was the one who proposed the idea of a gateway overlay. This idea came from discussions with East Side residents, business owners, and West Side residents, including Bonnie McClure. And I want to say I've talked with Bonnie and I respect her opinion. She and I both agree that we need to find a way to move traffic into and out of our community more efficiently. We just disagree on how to accomplish this. My idea, and the one that GPAC approved, would create a gateway overlay to look for possible solutions. Solutions could include, but were not limited to, widening Holly as it stands, buying the houses on the south side of Holly and moving the road south. Any leftover land could become part of the park. Buying the houses on both sides of Holly and moving the road to one side or the other and allowing a developer to develop the remaining land, or doing nothing at all. By studying Holly and developing a plan, we would give some stability to the residents who currently live there about what the future plan for Holly would entail. Because the general plan requires a land use designation, and because under the worst-case scenario, both sides of Holly would be purchased, GPAC decided to designate the overlay as a multifamily low density. My every intention when GPAC got the land use policies was to grandfather in the existing single-family homes on Holly so that no one's home would become legal nonconforming. I was not there when the Planning Commission decided to include Springfield as part of the gateway overlay. I was shocked and disappointed when I first heard about it. This is the first major decision the Planning Commission has made since Lee Thompson resigned. I think it is a mistake, and it shows insensitivity to the residents of the East Side. We must stop this attitude of development at any cost. The only reason I can see to include Springfield is if you have already made a decision on what to do about Holly. I urge you to correct the Planning Commission's mistake and pass the GPAC recommendation, one that gives the residents of Holly, Springfield, and all of San Carlos a chance to have input on those proposed changes. I'd also like to talk about why so many of the residents of the East Side felt the need to attend this meeting tonight. It comes down to one simple fact. They do not feel they have representation amongst the city's decision makers. When they look at the City Council and the Planning Commission, they don't see anyone who has to deal with the problems they deal with every day. They don't see anyone who lives like they do in an area impacted by every new development that comes along. For example, the planned new hospital, the San Carlos Transit Village, the plans for a new hotel at the corner of Holly and Industrial, to name just a few. The East Side neighborhood will bear the brunt of the impact of these developments without any representation, and we have to change this. Just one more second.
You have to,
I also believe that blaming the Plan Commission or any individual is taking the easy way out, because all of us, those who are here tonight and those who are not, are to blame for this situation. Our elected officials have to do a better job of making sure neighborhoods impacted by development are represented amongst the decision makers in the city. We as a city need to do a better job of working with our citizens and communicating with them. We need to do a better job of integrating new projects into what already exists.
Mr. Mersters, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up. I've let you go over time.
Okay, thank you. And just one second.
Victoria Najjar, followed by Thomas Knudsen, followed by Stan Pressa.
Hi, my name is Victoria Najjar. I live at 1043 Springfield Drive. I've lived there for 23 years. I can tell you, because I've checked all of you guys out, none of you guys live in East San Carlos. I bet none of you guys have, or some of you guys haven't lived here as long as I have. My parents bought the house 23 years ago, and over the last 10 years have put $300,000 in renovations into our home. something that a lot of people in San Carlos haven't done. We take a lot of pride in our community overall as San Carlos has grown. I remember the old library and the way it's been transformed into the new library. I've attended public schools here, the way San Carlos has been transformed. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. What I want to say is that with this plan, it's basically turning our community into something that's not what it's supposed to be. It's the city of good living. It's supposed to be a quaint, quiet community where people raise their families. This complex that is being proposed right now, this gateway, is really changing the face of San Carlos. And on top of that, it's going to bring our property value way down. Even if you don't live in Springfield, if you live over on Sylvan or Inverness, your property value is going to go cut in half because you suddenly have these high rises or low rises or whatever term you want to call them, and this huge road that's going to destroy basically our property value. I can remember when you elected more than 10 years ago to build the train station. The train was down at El Camino, an Old County Road, and suddenly it became this, almost a separation between East San Carlos and West San Carlos. And it turned our community almost into, like, East San Carlos is the ghetto, and it's not. A lot of people have put pride into their homes. They've extended their homes, put a lot of money into their homes, and if there is no eminent domain, I'd like to know how it is that you plan on taking our homes, because a lot of us are not going to sell our homes to these developers, and we don't want to end up with a backyard that's a newly enlarged Holly Street, and we don't want to end up with property values for $1 million homes that have now shrunk down to $300,000 homes. So that's my question is, and my other question is, out of the 115 people that you had at those meetings back in July, how many of them are from East San Carlos? Because I bet you, not very many.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the public discourse and everything. The more clapping, the more I have to ask you to stop clapping, the longer we're going to be here. And I'm sorry, but I will ask. We will, Thomas Knutson, followed by Stan Pressa. Thomas Knutson first, please, followed by Stan Pressa.
I'm here to speak on Area 7, and you'd like to hear it now, is that correct? Not Area 11.
Any area you can speak on.
First of all, there are a number of letters which were not in the correspondence section, and I just want to confirm that you did in fact receive those letters from Tankledge Properties and others, to name a few. Okay, good. I'm speaking on Area 7 as the East Side Industrial Representative. I oppose any progress or any proposals which will allow residential development in the area between Industrial Road and 101. Everyone wants a slice of the industrial area. Economic development, housing, parks and rec, everyone. And I know there's nothing sexy about industrial. But we in the industrial sector believe we are already using it for the benefit of San Carlos. For example, we provide jobs for our skilled residents, services for the community, and revenue for the city. Any reduction in our industrial sector will make it more difficult for the remaining industrial businesses to operate. Here are two reasons why. Number one, residential and industrial are simply incompatible. I'll cite as my example the existing proposal at 767 Industrial Avenue happens to be adjacent to 2 auto body shops, a radiator shop, a marble cutting shop, welders, not to mention the airport and 101. Many of these businesses would probably not survive such a transition. Second, if I might use the pun, the dirty little secret behind the industrial community is that businesses in the industrial area rely on each other to function. For an example, I'm an automotive wholesaler. I rely on Mark and San Carlos Radiator. I rely on High-Tech Plating on American Avenue. I rely on Sam at S&T Machining. Sam is a 25-year resident of San Carlos, and he walks to his work every day. This critical mass is what makes our industrial area thrive. The smaller you make it, the more difficult it will be for us to operate. So one last point I would like to make. As Councilman Omar mused this summer, the industrial land is like the rainforest. When it is gone forever. But I'll add to that, residential is like a virus. Once you plant it, it'll spread forever.
I'll have to ask you to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Stan Pressa, followed by Heather Pressa.
My name is Stan Peressa. I live at 371 Fairfield Drive. It is not fair to us if the city wants to take our houses. I say we don't make this horrible mistake, especially during this historically bad economic period to almost 50 or more homes and their residents. This will deliver a financial blow, fatal blow to a lot of people. Why can't the city build more residential homes plus the hospital on the 14 acres that PAMP just acquired just behind us on Industrial? Why didn't the city bring this up then? There's a lot of empty space going in over there where these houses could easily fit. These are our unique, tight, and quiet family neighborhoods with memories and history. We're at least equal to the people on the west side, and it's time we were treated as such. There's no bad side in San Carlos. This is my neighborhood. San Carlos needs these little affordable homes. We bought here because of their fantastic charm and their affordability. These homes have not kept up in dollar value with homes on the west side, but the charm has. I am 51 years old. I have lived and worked in San Carlos all my life. I won't be able to live here if I lose my home. There's no equal, quality, lateral move from our neighborhood for the money to anywhere else on the peninsula.
Thank you, Mr. Pereza. And Heather Pereza, followed by Paul Maggianetti.
Good evening. My name is Heather Pereza. I live at 371 Fairfield Drive. I'm 41 years old. I've lived in San Carlos all my life. I've attended San Carlos schools. I live in one of the houses on Fairfield slated for development. I've lived in the house for over 20 years, and I love my neighborhood. I'm surrounded by friends who are great neighbors, and what the city wants to do is tear the fabric of that apart. It's bad enough the city wants to widen Holly Street and our house. I'm sorry. It's bad enough that the city wants to widen Holly and our houses would be up against a busy street, but why break into our quiet little neighborhood? Why replace and surround us with condos and commercial property? It's all motivated by money, which is a very sad commentary on my little city. Besides, we were told when PAMP went through that traffic at Holly and Industrial wouldn't be impacted by widening the street. And it's all going to bottleneck up underneath the train station anyway, gentlemen. It really is. Taking our house will be a financial blow that my husband and I will never be able to recover from. The city has waited until housing values are at their lowest in years, and now you want to take my home. We'll be unable to buy another home on the peninsula. We'll be forced to move out of state for a lower quality of life. This is something that would never be done to residents on the west side of the city, or so I thought. This is not something the city of so-called good living should be engaged in. It's certainly not something I ever thought that my city would ever do to me.
Thank you, Ms. Pereza.
I'm Ben Fuller, president of Greater East San Carlos Neighborhood Association. I'm taking Paul Magginetti's time as well as my own. I'm going to read excerpts from a letter that I delivered all to you via email just an hour ago. In the history of Greater East San Carlos, we as a neighborhood group cannot think of one significant concession that has ever been made on our behalf. If GESC were playing baseball, our batting average would be 0. The egregious action of the Planning Commission on October 6, 2008 has touched a sensitive nerve in our community, and we're not pleased with how the city has treated or is continuing to treat us. In particular, we mean that Greater East San Carlos has been treated differently to the west side as an industrial neighborhood. As the city contemplates future land changes around our neighborhood, we view this discussion as an opportunity plan for a better tomorrow. But this requires a city staff that wants to work with us. Fundamental principles of good land use planning, such as height, setbacks, landscape, circulation, walkability, architecture, toxic emissions, and water pollution have historically been ignored in East San Carlos. We want to improve the quality of life and bring the city of good living to East San Carlos. So I'm just going to read a few more excerpts. What went wrong with GPAC and the Planning Commission? With GPAC, while GPAC is an advisory to the general plan, it does not substitute for an honest dialogue before decisions are made with our residents, property owners, in our East Side neighborhood. Furthermore, even GPAC has been marginalized as the real decision maker, considering that San Carlos Planning Commission's actions. We're very concerned about the Planning Commission's October 6th decision to approve and expand the Holly Street Gateway project to include Springfield. The Planning Commission acted at 11:30 p.m. on a Monday night after we all went to bed. This demonstrates very poor public outreach and process. Before the council approves anything, we believe the Holly Gateway project should be discussed in more detail with affected property owners in our GESC neighborhood. And specifically, the Springfield Drive portion should be dropped completely and permanently tonight from discussion and redesignation. The city also needs to explain and clarify when and when it will not be using the powers of eminent domain, which I believe they've done tonight. We're also concerned that Area 1, which includes the San Carlos Transit Village, should not be redesignated independent of the city considering the merits of the project, which currently involves an environmental impact review being prepared. It is premature to approve a change in land use until after an EIR is prepared and the project considered. This feels like some sort of trick by the city, and GESC will not hesitate to highlight this development if this redesignation passes before the EIR is completed. After the fact, community conversations and new recommendations. Finally, there seems to be little strategic process to the city's outreach. We're wondering why the city initiated a community conversation on October 23, 2008 about high-density housing involving the three aforementioned projects on the east side. According to GPAC members repeatedly recommended the city to engage in discussion about these issues, the following are key points that were raised at the meeting, which had not yet received feedback by GPAC. 1, higher-density housing should not be unfairly dumped onto the east side residents. 2, the city needs to do a better job about managing transitions between land uses and densities.
Mr. Fuller, I'm going to have to ask you to please try to conclude.
Okay, great. The city should develop more residential near retail, et cetera. So finally, I'm going to conclude in saying this. We need a nexus between the projects that are happening in our backyard and the improvements that are occurring in our neighborhood. So the $1 million check that you guys got for PANT, for which we got one dime, next time maybe if we're going to do stuff in our backyard, we can find a way to make it good for us. We're bearing all the impacts. We need extrinsic mitigation to offset those impacts. Thank you very much, Council.
Linda Ledwith, followed by Shauna Blake Zaragoza.
I am Linda Ledwith of 987 Springfield Drive. Changing the land use designation for South Springfield will have the same end result as rezoning. No individual will buy a parcel that's been redesignated as multifamily housing or commercial retail. A developer will. For instance, some of my neighbors, your constituents, may be a little upside down in their mortgages right now. These tough economic times have hit all of us. By changing their land use designation, they potentially could go completely under. They'll have to sell. Who's going to buy their parcel? A developer. And so it will begin. One by one, our parcels on Springfield will be plucked up. And us long-term residents will sit and watch as our neighborhood is decimated. Our loss is threefold. We will lose our home, our house, and all the things that a home and house means to us, and probably to you too. Memories, pets buried in the backyard, new curtains, your home. We would also lose our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is extremely unique, and I speak from experience. I've lived there for most of my 43 years. It's a great place to raise kids. I have 5. I'm raising them there. I was raised there. Last, we would lose our town, our town of San Carlos. Those of us that could afford to repurchase in San Carlos wouldn't. Why would we? Drive up Holly Street and see where our home once was? That's awful. And for you to even consider doing this is unbelievable. I have many, many questions about the process and how this came to be. I don't think that they'll be answered here or any other time soon, but I beg you, I urge you to please do the right thing and reject this proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Ledwith. Shauna Blake Zaragoza, followed by Harrison Race.
Hi, my name is Shauna Blake Zaragoza, and I live at 988 Holly Street. Why? Why does my husband get up at 5 a.m. every morning, Monday through Friday, and come home as late as 10 p.m. to then work through the weekend? Why don't we just give in and move somewhere cheaper? We have 3 daughters, a 3-year-old, a 16-month-old, and a 3-month-old who's sitting right back there. 2 of my daughters have special needs. I have fought this whole past 16 months fighting with insurance companies, fighting with doctor's offices, and fighting with special aids to get my girls the medical attention they desperately need. Some days, it's all I can do to get up and make it through till it's time to go to bed again. So why? Why don't we move? My husband could be mowing more. Life could be easier, right? Well, I will tell you why. Moving away, as good as that sounds, is just not an option. All of my daughter's doctors are here. All of their specialists are here. When we realized Kara could not see, I had to fight a battle of how am I going to be the best mother I can to her. I had to fight to get her visual therapy at our home on Tuesdays. I had to fight for her Wednesday class for children with special needs. Soon she will start a special preschool here. These programs are not offered everywhere. Luckily in San Mateo County, they are. So my friends, moving is not an option. Thinking of what I was going to say here tonight was very difficult. I was first going to tell you how I felt about my house and what it has meant for me and my family. But all of those feelings are too new and too painful to talk about. I also realized how private my feelings are. I first decided not to say anything here tonight, but as I was looking at my 3-month-old Lily, it dawned on me. Here this past July 10th, she was born 9 weeks early. As I was lying terrified for my daughter's well-being in that hospital bed, my OB came in. He informed me that when Lily was born, they would have to take her to Stanford, but would let me quickly say goodbye. My little 3-pound, 1-ounce daughter fought for her life. She did make it through the night and did not have to be transferred. So I sheepishly realized if she can, at 3 pounds, 1 ounce, fight for her life, I would get up here and tell you why not to allow these things to happen to our house on Holly. So this is the end on Springfield. So the simple facts of my life, I have 3 small children, 2 with special needs. Moving is not an option for us. I have spent the last year fighting for my girls, 2 of which have had to fight for their lives and well-being. Now I find myself fighting for the one last thing we have, our house. I am done fighting. Please just let us live in peace. Life is already so unpredictable. Our house has always been a constant, secure, and stable thing. Please don't take that away from us.
My name is Harrison Race, and I'm here along with all my neighbors from the east side of San Carlos, including the ones out that you can't even see that are outside this room. I'd just like to say that remember these people, my neighbors, when it comes time for you to make a decision. We have supported this city for over 50 years. Not myself personally, but the East Side people have. We have gone through 50 years of trials, tribulations with the city of San Carlos. We went through 3 years of dirt, mud, and dust when the city raised the train tracks. Instead of driving 2 blocks downtown, we had to drive 2 miles downtown. Just remember what we had to go through on the east side. We are now faced with high-rise apartments going up along the train tracks that will bounce the train noise back to us. Guaranteed. Not maybe, but guaranteed. You're talking about rezoning our residential areas where we have lived for 50 years plus in the city of good living. Just remember us, your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Race. Oldest Zebergs, followed by Dan Williamson, followed by Nancy Zebergs.
Good evening, gentlemen. I live at 979 Springfield, and I've been in correspondence with several of you. And needless to say, there's going to be a lot of negative response, and you've heard a lot of it already. You're going to hear a tremendous quantity more. My question on this thing that says the city has no plans to purchase these properties or pursue the development envisioned by the GPAC. Why in the world was it even brought up? That is my question on this. Why did they propose this? If there are not going to be any changes, would be dependent on the market forces. Well, the market forces now are tremendously in your favor. I've seen the value of my house We moved in 35 years ago, and the value went up. This is where we decided, instead of start a home, we were going to live out our lives. And all of a sudden, this has been shaken to the foundations. While coming here, I looked at a beautiful sunset, and the first time in my life, in 35 years in San Carlos, I wondered how much longer am I really going to be able to enjoy this in this area. We cannot stay. And I do not understand the thing about we are given misinformation. Okay, what about the misinformation? Well, it seems like an insidious way of sneaking in these provisions. That is not the way for a city government to handle even this day when our governments are so dubious in the things they do. Okay, folks, thank you very much. But my concern on this is also, gentlemen, you are all in a public thing. We elected you. And other than maybe two of you, personally, I'm sorry to say this, I do not see myself re-electing any of you at this point. Well, thank you.
Dan Williamson, followed by Nancy Zebruggs.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I'm Dan Williamson, and unfortunately I haven't been able to vote for any councilman since 1984 when I inadvertently moved to Devonshire. So I'm speaking of Area 10, and my concern is that I heard of this last Friday. Anytime the county has some zoning changes or something that affects us up there, they send out a notice. And unfortunately, I don't watch TV. I guess I'm going to come down here more often. So I would like the Area 10 to be open enough for me to put some logical input in without speaking off the cuff tonight. And that's all I'm requesting. The Area 10, that I can add comments to your zoning.
You'd like to speak to that, I'm sorry, later this evening?
I would like to, are you going to pass judgment on the single-family low-density?
We are.
All right, then I ask you to not vote for the alternate 2 or alternate 3 and leave it at alternate 1. The zoning for your city, not my city yet, but I guess I'll be able to vote for you at some point. Right now, the hillside ordinances or the zone slope densities, most of the undeveloped lots up there are legal non-conforming. You will not be able to get citywide streets. You will not be able to get street lights or any of that. You can get fire hydrants, but that's about the limit of it. So will these new developable properties be contiguous to the city of San Carlos, or will they be part of the county still? That is my question.
Okay, and we'll consider that when we
We'll leave it
talk
at
about
that.
Thank you very much. Nancy Zebruggs, followed by Jesse Rutlinger.
Good evening, gentlemen. We live at 979 Springfield Drive. As a longtime resident of San Carlos, I am outraged at the proposed rezoning of South Springfield Drive and or North Holly Street. I will remain calm on the outside, but inside I am fuming. My husband and I bought our house in San Carlos in 1972. We thought of this as our starter home, but after a few years we decided that we really liked our location and this city, and decided that we would continue to live here through and into and through our retirement. Our retirement has been enjoyable up to this point because of our home security. Now we've been thrown into turmoil, concern, and fear of what will come next. Clearfield Park has gone through many changes over the years. There have been existing families and newer families raising their young children. Some moved on, but others have stayed to welcome their grandchildren into our very child-friendly neighborhood. Now, what was an area with very many rentals has become an area with more homeowners. Now there are some homes with expanded living spaces, upgraded appearances, more well-maintained lawns, and owners with pride in their homes. This is part of the charm of the City of Good Living. We have never considered moving away, and I do not want to be forced into leaving this area and our home of 36 years. Based on currently available information, there seems to be some very strong writing on the wall. The proposed rezoning of the south side of Springfield Drive would appear to be the first step in ridding the city of single-family dwellings on the east side of San Carlos. We are a small neighborhood, and just south of Holly is also a relatively small neighborhood. All other properties in East San Carlos are zoned as industrial and general use land. It is not an unknown that San Carlos is looking for ways to raise their tax base as well as satisfying the state-mandated housing quota. The suggestions of rezoning any of the areas that are used for light industry to mixed family or mixed use housing have been responded to by statements of the fact that the tax revenue from the industry is of utmost value to the city. When the development of Palo Alto Medical Foundation on Industrial Road was proposed, it seemed like a good addition to our city. When the possibility of widening Holly Street by 10 feet was proposed, it seemed logical. When there was discussion groups and presentation, it was never mentioned that Holly Street might be or would be rezoned. When the possibility of rezoning Holly Street was presented, it seemed to provide an opening for expanding the rezoning to include a portion of Clearfield Park, namely the south side of Springfield Drive. If the rezoning of South Springfield Drive is approved, it seems that the rest of Clearfield Park will follow. If the city is considering that within the next 20 years or so, it would seem likely or most likely that redevelopment of Clearfield Park would be for the good of the city. There are vacant properties and brownfield areas in San Carlos. Please look at those areas for development. Please leave our neighborhood intact.
Thank you, Ms. Avery. Jesse Rutlinger, followed by Kelly Rutlinger, followed by Jim Rutlinger.
Hi, my name is Jesse Rutlinger. My mom wrote the words I told her to. Right, but they're my words, and they are coming from my heart. San Carlos has enough buildings already. There is a ton of space to build right next to the train tracks. Why do you have to do it on our street? I like our neighbors. They are our friends. I feel so mad and angry. Why do you have to do it?
Thank you, Jesse. Good job.
Hi, I'm Kelly Rutlinger of Springfield. And I have a spiel to say, but I have a few notes I want to make to the presentation. First off, I'm appalled, Mr. Survey, that you could not remember the street name. It's Springfield. Ingrain it in your mind. We're here to stay and fight for this. The presentation was a bit misleading, I found. I want everyone to know from my understanding that it was not recommended by GPAC. It slid through at the last minute through the Planning Commission, and it was done in a sneaky and backsided way. We all need to keep this in mind. I understand there's no eminent domain, but as Linda had pointed out, there's nothing from keeping a developer from plucking us one by one here and there until 10, 20 years down the line. There's an apartment building across the street from me. We've remodeled. Our home would be worth nothing at this point. And just because we live on the east side, we're not idiots. We follow this stuff, and we understand what's going on. So here's my spiel. I've lived in San Carlos for 6 years now, and I love living here. I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. But 3 weeks ago, my world changed, and I realized that if you live on the west side of San Carlos, it is the city of good living. But if you live on the east side, you better watch out. I am disgusted with how the proposal has come about and how now we have to fight for our home and neighborhood. Excuse me. What I just can't seem to wrap my mind around is why would any city run itself in this manner? Why is it okay for a single person to write a letter proposing that they rezone the homes across the street from mine, and now we're all deciding on this? Why is it that we have only had 2 weeks to fight for our homes and our futures before it all can be taken away? I understand the revenue the city stands to make from something like this, but I thought San Carlos was better than that. I have realized that I was very wrong. Do you realize that if apartment buildings do go up across the street from me, then the east side of San Carlos will never be anything but the east side? I urge you to talk to people from the neighborhood who I have met in the last week from walking around and just getting a petition signed, who've been here for longer than 10, 15 years, that our neighborhood has improved greatly. My husband and I have put a lot of money into remodeling our home and making it perfect for us and our children. And it has, and it also has improved our neighborhood. If the city of San Carlos would think of East San Carlos as important as the West Side, the neighborhood would continue to become better. Our city is a small city. There doesn't need to be a divide. I ask you to put yourself in our shoes. Please take a moment to think what it would be like if your home and future was threatened the way ours is. Would you just stand by and let it happen? I assume no, and neither are we. We will continue to be a part of the city politics, even though I'd rather be home spending time with my family, and I guarantee you we will find a way to change the system and the members of the Planning Commission so something like this never happens again.
Thank you, Ms. Director. Robin Valley, followed by Margaret Desmond.
I'm Jim Rutlinger. I live at 1040 Springfield Drive. The little guy's a tough act to follow, so I'll try to echo what he was saying. I'm appalled at the process that this has gone through. As elected officials, I urge you to oppose this proposal to extend the gateway to South Springfield. Obviously, we'd lose our property values. It would decimate the neighborhood. And as my wife said, I think we need to change the process by which this came about. I'm not going to blame any single person, but as elected officials, I strongly urge you to reject it. I'm not worried about the city coming and taking people's houses. I'm worried about the rezoning. That's the first step in this process. And obviously, if you vote for that, it's kind of the end of the dream for a lot of us. So I'd urge you to reject it, and I hope you'll support us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rutlinger. Margaret Desmond, followed by Tim Ryan, followed by Creed Raftery.
Good evening, gentlemen. Mr. Savay talked a lot about making our neighborhood special, and I think we already believe that it is. You'll hear a lot from people tonight about what a great place this is to live and the memories they have. And I'm not one of the people that have lived here for decades. I moved to Springfield Drive almost 2 years ago from the city and lived in an apartment building where you run into your neighbors all the time, but they don't really give you the time of day. That's what apartment living is like. So we were really thrilled to move into a well-established community here in San Carlos and to meet and get to know our neighbors. Many of our neighbors have grown up in our neighborhood. They've chosen to raise their families there. And we have a really diverse group of people, a number of young families like ourselves who love to get our toddlers together and look forward to having the kids start kindergarten at the local public school. And we have folks that have lived in their homes for decades. In fact, our closest next-door neighbors have been in their house for 60 years. We have multiple generations living a few houses apart because they love their community and they've built it. I can't tell you how many times Ted and I have said to each other how much we love our neighborhood. It's the kind of place where people regularly walk the 6 blocks with their dogs or their children or just to get daily exercise, where we meet up on people's front walkway after work to catch up and let the kids play before dinner, where neighbors turn into friends and we watch out for one another and each other's pets, children's, cars, and homes. We exchange house keys and trust that our friends will look out for us. We celebrate birthdays and holidays together, welcome new babies, and even vacation together. We might not all have known what a great community it is when we first moved in, but this caring community is exactly why we stay. We love spending time outside without through traffic racing down our streets, and we love helping one another. I can't tell you how many times we've run across the street for a cup of milk or for coffee filters in the morning, and it sounds really old-fashioned, and perhaps it is, but it's that caring and friendliness we've come to count on. I can't imagine how our neighbors across the street from us feel dealing with the emotions of possibly losing their homes, moving their children, and uprooting their lives. For many, as you've heard, even getting fair market value for their homes would not be enough to allow them to stay in our city. I'm not sure which is worse, being forced to leave our homes in the community we love or staying to see the apartments building put up 30 feet outside our front doors. I know the city motto is City of Good Living. It would seem to me that considering a plan to tear down homes in a decades-established community
is placing a higher value on developers and imaginary apartment tenants above the contribution of the current residents who have chosen to grow roots here in San Carlos for years.
I'm going to have to ask you to please conclude. Thank you.
I urge you to put yourselves in our shoes and consider how you would feel to lose your home, your neighbors, your community, and uproot your lives. We need more rich, diverse, and community neighborhoods like ours, not fewer.
Thank you very much. Margaret Desmond, followed by Tim Ryan, followed by Creed Raftery.
My name's Margaret Desmond, and I live on the north side of Springfield Drive. Many of my neighbors are here tonight, and I am going to be a little more specific about couple of the facts that really irritate me about this whole thing. And I don't want to start telling you about how much I love my neighborhood, because I'll probably start crying too. So I'm here to state my strong opposition to the decision made by the Planning Commission at their meeting on October 6th, and to expand the GPAC recommendations to the south side of Springfield Drive, and we must not forget the adjacent parcels of Fairfield, which I will address later. My first argument relates to the density limitation for the multi-housing. The Planning Commission recommended low-density multi-family housing, that's a 10 to 20 dwelling units per acre zoning. Al Survey informed the Planning Commission at the meeting, and I quote from the minutes of the Planning Commission, quote, state density bonuses, and I believe that has to do with affordable housing, but I mean, he knows more than I, certainly. State density bonus provides for another 35%, and the city's density bonus provides for another 15%, and these two bonuses are additive, end quote. There is a possible 50% increase in density than that is specified by low-density multi-family dwelling. There are 2.5 acres in that area, in the South Springfield Drive area, does not include the north of Holly area. Thus, a 50% bonus would increase the density limitations from 50 to 75 dwelling units on the 2.5 acres. So we would go from 50 to 75 possible dwellings, a significant increase and much more than this small residential street can use or work with. It was never intended for that. And do not forget that all those apartments have to come in and out of Springfield, not Holly. And so the second point is the two parcels on Fairfield. Those two parcels are I want to call them the buffer against the traffic for us on the industrial and Holly. It's like a cul-de-sac lot. If those two lots are zoned neighborhood retail, who knows what would happen. First, we would have a large retail parcel at the end of our block, about 4 houses from my home. Would that retail business have a parking lot? Where would be the openings for that parking lot? It's very possible that this rezoning would open the floodgates for the traffic from industrial and Holly. Springfield could become the new Holly, and all for 2 parcels. And that's all I have time for? Okay, but I think you ought to severely reprimand the Planning Department, Planning Commission. And please vote against this Planning Commission recommendation, and I ask you to retain our wonderful transit-oriented neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desmond. Tim Ryan, followed by Creed Raftery, followed by Denise Tolles.
Mayor Lewis, members of the City Council, Tim Ryan, 339 Fairfield Drive, 31 years I've owned that house. Proud member of the East Side and the Sea of Red. To echo Margaret, nobody in the 31 years that I've been a part of this community has said, boy, we sure do need some retail down at the end of the street, another video store. What would that do for us? Your city staff talks about no eminent domain. Sure, there was a lot of talk about Prop 99 in June. The ink has hardly dried on that document, and it hasn't been tested in court yet, so who knows whether Prop 99 holds. But even without Proposition 99, these are tough times, not just in our community, but all across this nation right now, really difficult times, probably much worse than most of us even understand. And to put the people of our community, the people particularly on the south side, I think, of Springfield, in the position now of wondering about their future in these difficult times, I think you, as elected leaders, have a chance tonight to say, bad idea, back off, erase that right now, and, lower the stress level in our neighborhood just a little bit. My neighborhood is 60 years old. My house was built in 1948. And, it takes a long time to build a community. City councils come and go all the time. So make a few real good decisions. I think that with or without eminent domain, it's a difficult time for housing. And when you allow a couple of people to say, yeah, threatening notes from the bank, maybe I will sell to that developer. And then the grass dies and the cars build up in the driveway from the people who are willing to rent short-term, and one by one, you drop like dominoes and the neighborhood is gone. And then once 2 or 3 people on the south side of Springfield bail out, eventually everybody does. And then it's the north side, and then you go all the way on down, and then 20 years from now, we're all gone. And for what? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Creed Rafferty, followed by Denise Tolles, followed by, well, Pat, you already had your time. Sorry, didn't know I had that card. Teddy Cullen.
Hi, I'm sitting next to Denise, and she gave me her time. I'm Creed Rafferty. I work as a financial analyst, and I can tell you as a young homeowner in San Carlos, I would not invest here again. If you do this, if you rezone our neighborhood, a lot of young people like myself who might be interested in buying here will not be interested. I speak for myself, I speak for my wife. So I know a lot of people here are older as well, and you can see it affects their retirement and other things, but if I'm the next generation of people who will be buying in this neighborhood or in this area, San Carlos will be removed from my list of places that I would like to buy. We made our investment 7 years ago, and so emotionally and financially we're very vested in our area. We think, my wife and I think, that you're placing some zoning priorities above residents. For instance, you see how many people are here today from our neighborhood. I don't know how many developers or other people are here to speak, but I will definitely be here to see if anybody agrees with the zoning idea, because everybody here disagrees. So I'm waiting to hear one voice of support from one person that agrees with this idea, because I don't think you're going to hear it. I don't think you're going to hear it from these guys, that's for sure. Of course, we'll all wait and see if I'm wrong. So if other friends or other potential buyers in my age group ask me about San Carlos, if this passes or if you forward this tonight, I will tell them I don't recommend that they look here. It's sort of similar to buying stock in a company and then finding out the company is badly run. It's natural to want to sell that stock and get out. So I encourage you not to have all of us fleeing from your stock. I also second the ideas that we're all voters, and we really won't stand for it in your reelection. And I think a lot of people here are writing down your names. I definitely am. And so we usually have a pretty long-term memory.
Mr. Rafferty, if you could please conclude your comments.
Yes. So if you go down this path, we basically feel like you are souring our investment. It's an investment we made in good intentions with the idea of helping build up the community. Please don't let it go sour.
Thank you. Denise Tolles, followed by... Oh, you did. I'm sorry. Thank you. Teddy Cullen, followed by Elizabeth Onstad.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm Teddy Cullen. I live at 984 Springfield Drive. 2 years ago is when we bought our house. I didn't buy the house because it was my first choice, but the neighborhood was. I looked real forward to raising my daughter there. I've worked hard to become an asset to this community. It took me a long time to get here. For the last 6 years, I volunteer on a monthly basis with the Service League of San Mateo County, helping other families become assets to society as well. I'm proud of myself, and I'm proud to be part of my neighborhood. I understand that things change. I'm fine with change most of the time. I'm not okay with change when it's thrown me under the bus, and that's what I feel like the Planning Commission has done to our entire neighborhood. Keeping our community intact should be understood in the city of good living. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Elizabeth Onstad, followed by Jack Aho. Allo? Excuse me, Jack.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Onstad, and I live at 977 Holly Street. I have a degree in city planning, and I'm supposed to know all about urbanism and be involved, and I'm horrified at myself for not being more involved. Up until now, I've lived here for 7 years. And what Scott said earlier really touched me, that it isn't just your fault or someone else's fault. This is my fault, too. I haven't been involved. But when I bought my house, I took a gamble, and I risked everything to buy a house. And I heard about widening my street, and I thought, they can't do that. But you know what? 10 feet is nothing compared to not knowing what's next. I love this town, and I walk downtown with my daughter every day. And I think probably a lot of you see me. I'm the girl with the stroller, and I walk down Holly Street every day, and my daughter plays on those black things that I'm not really sure what they're for next to the crosswalk. Is it a bike rack? I really don't know. But that's what my daughter swings on those. She thinks it's great. And, you know, everyone remembers my name. I know the name of every person who works in the post office. I run a business in this town. My sales tax revenues goes to San Carlos. But not anymore, because it doesn't matter if it will benefit the city in the long run to make a gateway and not have this horrible traffic that's on Holly. I see it every day, and my windows are disgustingly black. I don't wash them because of the traffic. It's not great to live on Holly Street, but it's a house, and my yard is beautiful, and my dog runs around. And it's really special to me. But now I live waiting every day for the other shoe to drop. When is it going to happen? If it doesn't get voted on tonight, then it will get voted on with the next GPAC. Who's to stop someone from just deciding to redo a general plan for 2040? I mean, we're revisioning 2030. Hey, well, in 5 years we can revision 2040 and do a new general plan and change it again. Because the stress of this, of not knowing what this is, the worst thing for families. If I was a single person, maybe I could move. But I have a daughter. I have neighbors. I have friends. I'm learning my neighbors. I'm meeting my neighbors now, and I don't want to meet them this way. I'm sorry I haven't been more friendly. You know, but I don't want to meet them anymore if I have to leave. I can't afford to buy another house in San Carlos. My husband is a writer. We don't work at EA, and we don't have piles of money. I would rather see this voted down tonight, but not just voted down. I would like to see an imposed moratorium on this discussion of rezoning anything in East San Carlos. Put some sort of 10-year moratorium on any discussion so we can stay here and figure out what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindstadt. Jack, and you can help me with your last name, followed by Cheryl Cormia.
My name is Jack Aho. I'm the owner of the property at 747 Industrial, right next to the 767 project, Industrial. My brothers and I have owned and operated Superior Body Shop in San Carlos since 1986. We own 3 parcels in the Industrial Road corridor, one on Branston, one on Terminal, and one industrial next door to the 767 project. We oppose changes to the land use designations in this area because those changes will put in place the factors that will eventually evict us from all our properties. If you permit condominiums and retail shops in this area, it will only be a matter of time before residents and retailers file complaints and commence lawsuits against industrial businesses in this area. In our case, our business repairs more than 100 vehicles per week. Our parcel industrial is pivotal to our operation because that is where we paint and refinish the vehicles. Vehicles have been painted and refinished on that parcel since 1963. The parcel generates levels of traffic, noise, fumes that the residents and retailers will not like. They will complain to the city, and the city will be greatly pressured to deny our application to renew our business license or to require us to obtain a conditional use permit and then deny it, that application. Killing our business in this way is not right. We have built that business into an enterprise that generates millions of sales per year. We comply with all applicable environmental laws, and we have never had a complaint lodged against us. We run a clean business that employs a lot of people and performs high-quality work and gives back to the community. We have paid significant amounts of sales, real estate, and income taxes for decades. If our ability to paint and refinish the vehicle disappears because that use is barred from our industrial parcel, our entire operation comes to a halt. All these benefits to the community cease. Everything that my brothers and I have worked for over 22 years stops, and our investment in these 3 pieces of real estate properties and equipment is devastated. We do not believe that the proposed pick-and-choose zoning changes are right. We do not believe that putting us in a position to be forced out of our business is right. We urge you to reject any chances to the land use designation in the industrial road corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aho. Cheryl Cormia, followed by Elizabeth Torres, followed by Andy Klein.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Cormia. I live at 1007 Springfield, and I've been there 12 years, but I've been a San Carlos resident for 20. I was starting over again and bought my house there, and I'm very proud of all of my neighbors. Over the last 12 years, I have seen a lot of people buy these homes and fix them up, put a lot of time, money, and energy into making them better, making it a better neighborhood, making it a better community for San Carlos. I had a lot of things prepared to say, but a lot of my neighbors have said that, so I kind of went in a different direction, but it may not be as coherent. First of all, these are the starter homes of San Carlos. The price range is at the lowest price range of any of San Carlos, and there are people who have been able to buy homes there when they couldn't afford any other areas of San Carlos. It's my impression that what you want to do as far as building multi-family homes is to provide housing for people who couldn't afford something. And yet, if by doing this you remove homes that are at that lower level in the price market, what you're doing is creating more of a two-class system in San Carlos. You know, if you're providing apartment living and rezoning so that these single-family homes are sold for that purpose, I believe that what's going to happen is that young families or couples or people who are single and want to buy homes in our area are not going to want to do that knowing that there's going to be apartments built in the area. So that leaves to us just to have developers interested in the properties. I spoke with my realtor because I thought, okay, I'm hearing different views here of whether this is going to hurt our property values or not, whether even though you're not using eminent domain and just using rezoning, would that adversely affect the property values? And I will go ahead and name her Jackie Cockrum because she's a very well-known and respected realtor in this area, and she said, unfortunately, it probably would really bring the values down because instead of having a huge pool of people interested in a home if you do have to sell, instead you have a very small pool of people in the development area.
I'm going to have to ask you to conclude your comments, please.
To conclude, I want to say that we are the people for whom you are trying to provide housing. We, the neighbors that I have, are the ones at the level that you're wanting to provide. So is it okay to get rid of 40 families in order to provide housing for 120? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Torres, followed by Andy Klein, followed by Bill Wild.
Good evening, gentlemen. We've lived here for 45 years, raised our family, enjoy the neighborhood, and we'd like to see no more changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Andy Klein, followed by Bill Wild.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilman. I'm Andy Klein. I'm the chair of the General Plan Advisory Council, and I'm here today to urge that you accept the GPAC's recommendations for your preferred land use alternatives and do away with what the Planning Commission recommended. I feel we opened up the Holly Street discussion because we wanted to leave City Council with an attempt at a mechanism to fix the problems that have been done there but still allow families to live there. We did receive the letter that extended it to Springfield Drive, and the GPAC chose not to act on that. We chose to go with our original recommendation and not to expand the gateway overlay. Also, there was a lot of public input. We spent 9 months working on this, and countless hours by city staff and fellow committee members were spent on this, and we felt this was the best way to go about the Holly Street District. Also, in regards to Area 7, you were going to hear about a possibility to allow residential zoning in this area. Tom Knutson, a fellow GPAC member, spoke on this already. I feel that this is a bad idea. The industrial area gives so much revenue to the city that provides for our services and takes so little back into services that it wouldn't make sense to chase out those owners who have given so much to the city with auto body shops, mechanic shops, and whatnot. They're not compatible with residential living. In regards to the neighborhood hubs, the Planning Commission chose not to recommend this idea to you. It is essentially an idea that would give San Carlos more of a chance of walkability. In our minds, it was a deli or a Devonshire little store, and we felt this would be compatible in some areas in San Carlos, given a certain amount of distance away from downtown for those of us who can't simply walk down the Laurel Street to pick up a sandwich or to buy milk. And then in regards to area number 10, the Devonshire Canyon, I feel the reason the committee decided to zone this single-family low density was because we didn't make a recommendation whether or not you should try to annex this area. In our minds, if you chose to annex this area, we would like to see it remain the lowest density possible and to be left pretty much the way it is, if you decided to try to bring this area into the city. And that's all I have for you tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Bill Wild, followed by Asha Lata, followed by Drew Shell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. First of all, I'd like to say I appreciate the work of the staff, commissions, and committees that have taken this update so far, having participated in some of the things in the past. I know what's involved with it. I want to briefly address some comments on study area number 2. Our business is located at Old County Road in McHugh. We're currently a C4 zoning and designated commercial residential in the general plan. And I support keeping all the existing permitted and conditional uses there and the expansion of the uses that have been proposed to allow for additional land uses. As we're all aware, we're in a tough economy, and limiting the tenants that are available would be adverse, and expanding the potential uses, I think, is good for individual property owners and the community, and I'd encourage you to keep the zoning as broad as possible. Also, we're concerned, obviously, about not wanting to become an existing non-conforming use in our business location there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asha Lada, followed by Drew Shell, followed by Suzanne Ruiz Dunlap.
Hi, I live at 315 Old County Road, and recently we were told that Centrance and Legacy Partnership is building a 4 or 5 story building in front of my house, and the highest point being in front of my house. We've spent a lot of money, just like my neighbors, and slowly the city and the other developers are taking our land away without even listening to the residents. And how is this fair? People should vote for these things. Residents should vote, east and west side, because this is supposedly the city of good living, right? The city, this information comes to the city, and we have to fight for our right. It should not be like this. And why does it always end up like this, that we are fighting for everything? We pay enough city taxes. We do everything we have to do. We improve this neighborhood, east side. I mean, it looks great. It looks better than some of the west side houses. This has to stop. Do something about it, please. And you, mister, think about the proposals you bring up, because you destroy other people's life.
Excuse me, ma'am. I have to make a comment. I apologize. Go ahead. Thank you. No problem. I want to make, this... I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I have to say this. This comes up every 10 to 20 years. This is a plan. City staff, and Mr. Survey in particular, did not espouse any of these items. So I really resent the fact that people are pointing to Mr. Survey saying there's anything that he's doing. Okay, please, let me make my comment. Everyone else gets to speak too. I just had to make that comment. I want to make sure everybody understands this is not a staff-driven item. Staff is there for consulting and for helping. They are not driving this, okay? And I resent the fact that people are pointing to Mr. Survey, even though he may have forgotten Springfield, all right? And I'm sure he was, is apologetic on that for the moment. Please, this is not personal. This is about the system. The system may be flawed. We're talking about it tonight. But I really resent the fact that people are making it personal to staff. It's not their system that they decided, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Griselli. Drew Shell, followed by Suzanne Ruiz Dunlap.
Diane Ray, who has put in a form for later, is yielding her time to me.
3 minutes. You have it.
Thank you. The sudden discovery of a 1988 pre-zoning action for study area 10 is a pretty significant change in the conditions under which the land use recommendations for their area were developed. Why wasn't this known earlier and included in the land use alternatives workbook so it could be part of the public discussions on study area 10? If anything, this makes me question the entire process just that much more. And while the council may well adopt the study area 10 recommendation tonight, the public must still be given the opportunity to review this new information, validate it, and comment on it. I would further ask, why have all city zoning and land use maps in recent memory missed this pre-zoning? And why have past projects, including Winding Way, been required to explicitly petition for residential pre-zoning if the area was already pre-zoned for residential? One would think that developers who have a strong incentive to avoid unnecessary red tape would have been aware of this if it were true. With respect to your earlier question, Mr. Grocott, minimum lot sizes under the county are 5,000 square feet. However, the city's build-out analysis for the area fails entirely to take into account very strict septic system requirements under the county that greatly reduce the development potential to far lower than the projected 57 units. With access to sewer hookup under the city, the potential city build-out is likely higher than under the county. Finally, I still urge you to set aside the Planning Commission recommendation and opt for Alternative 1 instead of Alternative 2, as there certainly can be no harm in this. At worst, it would result in the same zoning as Alternative 2. At best, if this new information turns out to not stand up to scrutiny, then Alternative 1 would avoid the various significant issues that I've already raised. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Suzanne Ruiz Dunlap, followed by Leslie J. Weil.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Ruiz Dunlap, and I live right now at 349 Old County Road. I grew up there, and I moved out when I got married, but I never really left. My mom and dad took care of my children for the last 16 years while I worked back and forth, and I moved back home with my family a couple years ago when my mom passed away to help take care of my father. So I have really never left that house, and so I've been trying to keep involved, and I did go to that July GPAC meeting, and just really briefly, I wasn't really going to talk about that, but just really briefly, I did go to that meeting. I sat at a table, but I didn't feel I was a part of vote of any of that layout or overlay or anything. It was, well, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. Well, I don't know, let's just put two-story down. I don't know, better to put something than nothing. It was in my table, it was very poorly run. I felt overwhelmed and over-talked by people around me that they just thought the best, let's just do this. So I don't feel that meeting went very well at my table. And all of a sudden, I see all these areas developed and how they should look. But I thought it was very poorly done at the table I was at. 2 people mostly controlled the whole thing out of 10. So that's my thought. The Transit Village, I'm the same with Ashu. I've got a 3-4-story building across the street from that house. So I'm going to have Transit Village here, development of whatever behind me on industrial. Now we've got here on Hawley Street. I feel like I'm going to be surrounded in a box of buildings everywhere around me. So I don't really like that at all. I did come to this planning meeting last week, and there was, I'm not sure of the codes and all, but there was a family that came asking for some land use to build a land/home on 6,000 square feet or something up on Britton Avenue. And they were apparently approved, this couple. And they had looked all around for homes and land to build their beautiful home on. Well, the city, or the Planning Commission last week approved this because they were looking for a hometown feeling. Those were their words they used, a hometown feeling. Well, yeah, they're going to get their hometown feeling up there because they're surrounded by tons of trees. My hometown feeling is going away. Trees are going away, homes are being built bigger and bigger and bigger. And same with apartment buildings. Those are just huge. So my hometown feeling is slowly going away. I don't think we've looked at schools of impact. The schools are already impacted now. Traffic, parks, there's no land for parks, but we can build more homes. City services are going to have to be increased. And safety. If you're talking about safety and police and all that, well, you're going to have to hire more. So everything's just expanded when you bring more and more and more people in. I think San Carlos is full. We're done.
Leslie Weil, followed by Chris, I think that's Whitman or Wuthman, and then Tim Hilborn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm a physician and local business owner, and I live in San Carlos as well. My children attend the public schools in San Carlos, and I'm proud of San Carlos and how inclusive yet tight-knit we are as a community. We all understand that space is tight on the peninsula, and we need to create more housing, largely the multi-unit type. Multi-unit projects developed in locations that are already designated commercial and or multi-use are great sites. For example, the project being completed in the 1000 block of Laurel Street, but it is completely different to threaten the stability or staple neighborhoods of single-family homes. The end does not justify the means. Families who live on Springfield are part of our community, and these families have bought their homes with the clear understanding that they were moving into a neighborhood where they would be surrounded by single-family dwellings. Redesignating the south side of Springfield to allow for multi-unit dwellings opens the door and invites developers to interest homeowners into selling them. Even before any one home is sold to the developers, it is highly likely to decrease the values of the other homes on both sides of the street, except possibly for the ones that are being bought by the developers. The redesignation adds to the financial downside of some of the families there. We were living, when we came into San Carlos some years ago, I've been in a home before, and then we moved into the lovely Pacific Hacienda, condominiums, which was beautiful. But then fortunately, I've moved into a neighborhood that's a home neighborhood right outside of Britton Acres, where my children have gone to school. And the difference for my children is remarkable. And I know that's true for anyone. I believe it's true for most people who would be in this situation. And I just don't want to see that people look at the end justifying the means. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Chris Ruthven, followed by Tim Hilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I have three comments this evening. First, with respect to the northernmost part of Area 7 on 101 near the Holly interchange. I would submit that a decision to leave land use in that area as is a decision against major new investment in that area, which will hamper both the efforts to attract a landmark hotel in that area and the city's general economic development efforts. We really will be opting not to increase the fiscal contribution from this area. Alternatively, we could use planning provisions to protect industrial uses and encourage development at the same time, as was suggested at your study session in June. Second, I would like to suggest an important idea in the context of this evening, which is that the vacant property at 767 Industrial could provide a significant opportunity to address the vexing Holly Street widening problem by allowing the 767 property owner to work with the Holly Street residents, if they wish, in designing a new mixed-use community, including residential, to which they could potentially move. To foreclose the opportunity to explore the resource that this unique, nearby, vacant property or the 26 areas of northern Area 7 could provide to possibly help solve the Holly Street problem would be to miss the visioning opportunity that the general plan update presents. And then third and finally, I've stated throughout the general plan update process that I think that density is the wrong tool to manage and control multifamily impact. People are really concerned about height and setbacks and massing, not with the number of units inside. And setting density limits within acceptable forms can have the unintended consequence of forcing units to be larger and less affordable than they could be otherwise. So I think that the GPAC can refine and improve its work in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tim Hilborn, followed by Rosario Fernandez.
Tim Hilborn, 1052 Sylvan Drive. Both my wife and I are public school teachers. City Council members, Mayor Lewis, and San Carlos residents. Tonight you're hearing about our community's request that the inclusion of Springfield Drive in the Study Area 11 for the City Council's approval be rejected. Although I am in complete agreement about this request, the main concern should not lie with the recommendation before you regarding the Planning Commission's decision, but rather how consensus was achieved and how your decision tonight will affect our neighborhood well into the future. I'd like to outline the following points for your consideration. The October 6th Planning Commission minutes outlined the questionable influence with the letter and presentation of one community member overriding GPAC's recommendations, of GPAC's recommendations, including the extension of South Springfield Drive into Study Area 11. Also in question was the timing of the Planning Commission's decision on this matter well after 10:30 p.m., when most community members were headed back to their families. Study Area 11 includes land use designation changes, including single-family to multifamily and commercial use. If these land use designation changes are adopted and rezoning takes place, our safe family neighborhoods will incur extreme negative impacts, including increased traffic, parking, loss of property values, and general quality of life. The City Council's decision tonight will create a long-standing effect on our neighborhood well after all of you have stepped down from service. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. Through the years, as budget, city needs, and developer relationships change, Study Area 11, along with many others, could easily fall under the auspices of a public works project, giving the city power of eminent domain over our neighborhood, residents, and our property. We need to be clear about these possibilities and not discount them due to an extended timeline that leads well into the future. The Board of Greater East San Carlos Residents Group works tirelessly for its neighborhood, which includes police, firefighters, teachers, nurses, the very people with professions that you are trying to attract to the city. Although GESC welcomes direct proactive input from the city regarding decisions affecting our community, business as usual is not and will not continue to work in its present form. Greater East San Carlos residents have a new era of representation, including neighborhood email lists, street teams for canvassing, petition gathering, webpage development, and major media contacts. We will no longer tolerate the city's perception of our community as a blank checkbook when it comes to planning and development. The choice you make tonight as a city council will set the stage for a new era of community relations in Greater East San Carlos and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosario Fernandez, followed by Ron Collins, followed by Lori Pittman. Okay, Ron Collins, please, followed by Lori Pittman.
Thank you. I'm Ron Collins. I live here in San Carlos. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm really glad I'm no longer on the Planning Commission. I'm here tonight representing San Carlos Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. We recently met and we took a position that we do not support any additional residential development in the area currently zoned for industrial use. I believe this is relating to item 10B tonight. We do feel that it would best serve the city's current and future revenue issues and also protect the businesses which feel residential buildings next to industrial areas are not going to be good for business in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Lori Pittman, followed by Fernando Bravo.
I'm Lori Pittman. I'm the owner of Golden Gate Helicopters at San Carlos Airport. I own a small business. We employ 11 people. We've been in business about 10 years, since 1999. We also happen to run the largest flight school for helicopter training in the Bay Area now. We train pilots that fly medevac, law enforcement, firefighting, news gathering, all of the things that make our community a nice place to live. We are very concerned about the development in Study Area 7 along Industrial, about the proposal that this be rezoned for multi-family housing. Airports and residential areas just don't mix. We have had a very happy and compatible relationship with the industrial and light industrial businesses along Industrial in the years that we've been in business. We are very sensitive to noise issues, and we try to be very good citizens. We certainly want to be a part of this growing community. So I ask that you reject any changes to the zoning for Study Area 7, in particular the proposed residential development at 767 Industrial. Thanks.
Thank you. Fernando Bravo, followed by Amber Mathrol.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of this council and community. My name is Fernando Bravo. I own a home in Riverton Drive, which is on the east side of El Camino. We purchased our home there about 2000 or so, and we love our community there. I currently reside at 758 Orange Avenue. Just a few points in terms of the leadership of how we got here with the Planning Commission making a recommendation to the council as an advisory board. My understanding of their role is as an advisory board to the council by implementing council policies, specifically to land use and the general plan. So I urge you to either have a clear policy and direction to the Planning Commission about the planning policies that you see fit to be carried out in terms of the implementation of what the city council goals are in terms of how to redevelop this community. I've been in this community for about 12 years, and my wife was born and raised here. We have two children, 6 and 8, and actually my youngest daughter lost her 4th tooth here today. So, I think it's a great place to raise a family. So I think the issue of the leadership, I think it's important, again, to make sure that the City Planning Commission understands your policies that they are to carry out, and additionally, to listen to the community. The community speaks, and sometimes the Planning Commission, as in this case, to include the not the recommendation of deviating from the GPAC recommendation of an overlay for Holly. What was that all about? Is that something that you endorse? I think maybe not, I don't know, but I think it would be nice to understand that. The other part is, in terms of the overlay, I don't know if it was, I was really clear on the response for the overlay designation, whether if a homeowner is to apply for a building permit or a planning permit in the case to get a planning permit to expand their home, to the current code, what is zoned for, and whether if they'd be denied the ability to expand. So I think that's one question that I would like to see answered, or whether if they need to get a special permit or a special use permit to overcome the overlay. So that's another point that I'd like to clarify, and I know I'm running out of time, so yes, I'll wrap it up. So in closing, I'd like to say that I do oppose the Planning Commission action, and I'm really appalled that, with all the community input, that they proceeded to go with that recommendation. So I think that needs to have special consideration in terms of what your policies are. And finally, I would encourage you not to approve the land use overlay designation if it does impact the community homeowners as it currently is zoned. So thank you for your time.
Amber Mathrol, followed by Jean Teal, followed by Bonnie McClure.
Hi, my name is Amber Mathrol. I work for Lori Pittman. I'm the general manager and chief pilot at Golden Gate Helicopters. A few things I want to say very clearly is that we are part of the industrial group that makes a lot of noise, but we try to do it very sensitively. We've been in business for a long time, and I have personally tried to take part in making sure that our noise impact is the minimum amount possible. If this residential development is going to go up on Industrial Avenue, it's going to create a conflict with the helicopter pattern, which operates on the west side of the airport, unlike the fixed wing side, which operates on the other side. So we actually make very definitely that we fly right over the 101 freeway, just over Industrial, and that's really something that we've worked hard to do over the last 5 or 6 years to make sure that residents like these people are not impacted by our noise. I personally have been flying for about 8 years. I've trained 10 to 20 pilots, and some of these pilots are people that now are medevac pilots. They save lives. People that fly in the Gulf to do work on the oil rigs. people that fly law enforcement and news gathering. These people are what I think are really important parts of our community. Like Lori said, we are the #1, biggest helicopter flight training school in the Bay Area now, and we pride ourselves in that. And I think it's important for us to keep a good relationship with the community. I personally plan on moving to San Carlos in the next 12 months. I've been working here for 5 years, but I would like to become a part of this community. And I think that noise impacts on residents are a really important thing for us to be mindful of. So putting this residence up on industrial is not going to be a good idea. I really, really am opposed to it, just from the sense that I'm concerned with keeping, like these industrial guys say, you got, the lumber yards that make a lot of noise, you got the mechanics, and the businesses that need to make noise to stay into business should be separated from the residential communities. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gene Teal, followed by Bonnie McClure, followed by Timothy Shaw.
My name is Jeannie Teal, and I've lived in San Carlos for over 60 years. And I feel that, once again, the City Council has shown a complete disregard for the residents of the East Side. I've come to several meetings in the past where we were going over the vision of the city. I went to Hillary Aviation to talk about the Palo Alto Medical Clinic, and I can remember at the time the council and the representatives there assuring the people in the audience that there would be no widening at all of Holly Street. The traffic volume didn't need to be mitigated, that there would be no problem. And yet here we are requesting that the widening of Holly Street be completed. I feel that this is, you're supposed to be representing the citizens, or are you not? If you are, then we are citizens, and you should do what we ask you to do, and not vote for a change in the plan. If you're not representing us, and you're representing the Palo Alto Medical Clinic or some other interest, perhaps you should be a little bit more honest, because I don't understand any of this. My neighborhood has been assaulted by your plans for development over and over and over again, and each time we express our concerns, they're going to be mitigated, and they never are. They never are. So if you represent us, then you should be voting for no change in the plan, and if you don't, then let's be honest and vote for the change. That's all. Thank you.
Bonnie McClure, followed by Timothy Shaw.
Hi, now you know who to blame. I'm Bonnie McClure, and I've lived here over 50 years, and I've seen neighborhoods change on the west side, and I realize what you're feeling. It's just that the west siders downtown have not really come out in force. You're to be congratulated on getting your act together on protesting, because a lot of people have been impacted on the west side, but they didn't come down in force to object to it. I myself moved into a neighborhood where there was lots of open space and a farm and a 4-H, and it was beautiful. Now every lot is taken. So we all have changes in our neighborhoods. I really envision that the gateway is very important, because as most of you know, I've been fighting to widen Holly Street for 18 years. And the thing is that I keep looking out as a visioning process, because it's impossible. You're going to have to end up doing it anyway. And for the quality of life for somebody with their Holly Street right in front of their front door, taking the 10 feet on each side, it's ridiculous. It should be planned so that there's bike space, motor space, pedestrian space for those people that want to walk between Oak County and Industrial, because it's not a good condition the way it is, or it will be if you take 10 more feet off of the front yards of those houses. I really think that Springfield wouldn't have to be taken, except for the fact that if you try to put somebody on the north side of Holly Street and develop that and just take one side with the houses, I don't think that it would be too feasible, because then you've got traffic going out onto Holly Street. And Springfield could be widened, and that's the reason I suggested it. That Springfield, I know, I'm guilty.
Please out of respect
I'm
for the
just saying
speaker,
the
please.
rationale that I used. And so,
I'm sorry, please order, everybody. Thank you. Bonnie, if you can.
I'll end. And that was the rationale. I think if Holly could be widened and done with trees and everything so it really upgrades the neighborhood. I'm not trying to degrade your neighborhood, but to upgrade it. So it would be fine if you didn't have to use the houses on the south side. It's up to the Planning Commission to figure out how to do it. And that's the only reason I brought it
Bonnie,
up.
please conclude. Thank you very much. Again, we all have different opinion. Great public discourse. This is what it's all about. Everybody should get up, say their point of views, and just let's respect each other in the process. These are difficult things, and thank you very much. Next speaker is Timothy Shaw, followed by Tyson Aldrich.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Regardless of the means by which homes on Holly Street and Springfield would be obtained by developers if rezoning were passed, eminent domain, or by the gradual plucking of homes through depreciation of their values and massive buying power of apartment developers. It is clear that if this legislation is passed, our high-rises will replace our homes on Springfield and Holly, and the entire east side will be severely impacted in a negative way. The GBC Committee and Planning Commission seem to not have the intelligence or the cognitive ability is fogged by their all-out greed. Simply put, wouldn't widening a street to deal with overpopulation, then building 2 towering high-density housing complexes defeat the purpose of widening a road in the first place? And what would happen to safety? Kids riding bikes in our peaceful neighborhoods, dogs walking, people walking. What would happen to that? What would happen to our town, our quality of life that has existed this way for over a century? When will this vicious cycle ever stop? Ladies and gentlemen, the answer is that it will never stop. The San Carlos Planning Commissions have an eternal relationship with greed. And only you, San Carlos citizens, can stop it. And we will not back down. If City Council passes this legislation tonight, this is only the beginning. And I say that with a whole room behind me, I believe. Thank you.
Tyson Aldridge, followed by Michelle Margiotta.
Hello, members of the City Council. I'm not a San Carlos resident. In fact, I don't live in San Carlos at all. Yet, I'm here tonight. I have some major problems with this. I've not only worked here, I do my banking, I get my hair cut, I get everything here. In fact, even though I'm a Redwood City resident, I rarely go to Redwood City to do any of my commerce. I have some major problems with widening both Holly and the development of these housing. I don't see how you can use that area for high, and you say low or medium density housing. It's apartments. I don't see how 101 can take it. I don't see how 280 can take it. You have a lot of feeder streets going in there. You have Old County, Industrial, and Veterans. If you're going to widen Holly, you need to do everything else. That's going to destroy downtown San Carlos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michelle Margiotta, followed by Jonathan Hull.
Thank you very much. My name is Michelle Margiotta, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Harbor Industrial Association. I represent the HIA on the GPAC, and we've been obviously working on this for the last 12 months, and I want to thank everyone at the public who's come to all of the meetings, given their input, and it's been a long, arduous process. Specifically, I want to talk about the industrial properties in areas 5, 6, and 7 on the map. As stated in the letters that you received, there were 2 letters that you received in the past few weeks from both the president and the chairman of the board of the Harbor Industrial Association. And both of them, those letters stated that the HIA strongly opposes any uses that are not compatible with existing industrial uses. As stated earlier tonight, industrial uses, once they're taken away, cannot be replaced. So a majority of the businesses in San Carlos are family-owned, and many of the people who live here run their businesses here. It was a priority of the GPAC, as you saw in the vision statement, to provide quality jobs within the city where people who live here could also work here. And one of the other things that needed to be considered is that the substantial amount of sales tax is being produced by the businesses that are on the east side. In fact, of the top sales tax producers in the city, which I think you're privy to that information, the majority of them are on the east side industrial area supporting the city. And a lot of those businesses that we've spoken to are very concerned about throwing in uses that are not compatible with industrial, such as residential. The city must responsibly support the businesses in order to protect the city's sustainability. San Carlos has one of the lowest vacancy rates for industrial property in the county, and I'm also a commercial real estate broker specializing in industrial property, and I can say that as of last quarter, San Carlos was at about 4.5% vacancy, one of the lowest in the county. There continues to be a demand for industrial property, and again, once you take it away, you cannot bring it back. So please consider the businesses and the commercial property owners, as well as the position of the Harbor Industrial Association by not allowing incompatible uses, such as residential, in the existing industrial areas. Also, on a side note, I wanted to comment on the overlay area because I am on the GPAC, and I wanted to mention that...
Just about on time. So.
Okay. We did consider Britain, and we could not use Britain because of the off-ramp. So we had to look at something else in order to solve some of the problems that are being generated by the traffic. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Hull, followed by Carol Ford.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Carol Ford, and Jonathan Hull has ceded his time to me, which I know is still short. My name is Carol Ford, and I am the president of the San Carlos Airport Association. I'm vice president of Region 3 for the California Pilots Association, and I represent the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, which is a nationwide pilots organization which has over 400,000 members, and I believe you have a letter from them. And if you want, I can read that letter, but if I should be brief, which would probably be appreciated, I have handed this out for you so that you can see the spaghetti on this map shows clearly where 767 is. Our organizations, all of them, oppose the rezoning which would allow mixed use on the Industrial Road 101 corridor. They'll all be significantly affected by aircraft overflights and noise impacts from established helicopter and airplane traffic routes at the San Carlos Airport. It's not limited to just planes that are flying at the airport, but it also includes planes that transition the area going from north-south to other airports in the area. The closer the residential areas are located to the airport, the more significant the impacts. And these suggested mixed use with residences could not be closer to the airport unless they were located on the runway. There's nothing in Redwood Shores, where I live under the traffic pattern, that is closer than these proposed homes would be, the ones on Industrial. Future homeowners and tenants living in these proposed locations are certain to voice their concerns and complaints regarding aircraft overflights to the city and county staff and elected officials. This would not be a good idea. As you can see, this area would be heavily impacted from this. The areas out in Redwood Shores are also heavily impacted, but the planes are higher there and the homes aren't as close to the airport as these proposed homes would be. We also have a letter from the State Division of Aeronautics that I believe you have a copy of, which opposes these zoning changes and this mixed use, and a letter from the CCAG with a little chart on it, which also shows the heavy flight paths of these. We have the noise abatement area here, which is in Redwood Shores, and then we have the helicopter area here, which was purposely put over Industrial Road to prevent helicopter and fixed-wing regular airplanes from being in the same area. So because this was industrial and wouldn't affect residents, that's why the helicopters fly in that area now. And as Ms. Pittman mentioned, that is a heavy use.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. If you could conclude your comments, please.
Thank you. That's all I need to tell you. You have letters from everyone opposing this.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I forgot to add that there are a number of people from the San Carlos Airport Association in the audience here tonight. If they'd like to raise their hands, they can, if they're still here, unless they've left.
Thank you very much. Joseph Najjar, followed by Suzanne Emerson.
Good evening. I live in 1043 Springfield for the past 23 years. 14 years ago, I came to this council here. We were not here. They were building a track, and they promised that the highest part of the track will be 18 feet maximum. And I was assured by Mr. Mukhtari at the time that it will be 18 feet. Now we are talking about 45 feet, 50 feet, which is not true, according to his promise. So I did not realize at the time he is not an engineer, he's a politician. Here, when you say no eminent domain, when you are going to open, according to this plan here, you take Fairfield and you open it to Springfield. You need to use an eminent domain to confiscate those houses in the name of building a road. You go to Springfield, you need to widen it in the name of safety. When you widen the safety, you need to use an eminent domain. So this one is wrong. I don't see how you can do no 50 feet high building. You are going to do it 45, 48. You know, what we want you here is to oppose this project completely, because it's unfair to us that some people, incompetent people, come and suggest that we take house of this one, do this, do that, without even coming to our place and ask us and check with us what we are doing. You came to my house, all of you, asked me for your votes. You spent 5-10 minutes with me outside on my porch. Ask me a question. You give me 2 minutes now to defend my house, defend my property, explain to you what I'm feeling. They put single family house is 2-story, maximum 28 feet. When I built my house, the incompetent inspector of the city came and measured it. It was 20 feet and 2 inches. He forced me to put a layer of slate on my front home where I park my car to accommodate the 20 feet. So now we have incompetence also on the people who do the planning. You know, so we are urging you to not accept this plan here, just completely erase it from your mind, erase from, we want to sleep at home and be, how you call it, at ease. We build a community there, we want to keep it. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Najjar. Suzanne Emerson, followed by, I think it's Leighton Burns.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Emerson. I'm a representative on the GPAC committee, and I represent the environmental aspects of the community on that organization. I just wanted to speak to 2 of the study areas this evening. The first is study area 10. I support leaving the unincorporated areas of the county either not identified as being a particular designated land use by the city, or to the extent it could be possible, identifying those as anticipated open space if they are not yet developed. My concern is that owners of property or developers of property that are in the unincorporated areas that are not yet built out are often unable to build them out under the county policies for those lands, and so they seek to annex that land into the city in order to develop property that otherwise would be undevelopable. My concern is that this then expends city time both to go through the annexation process and city money for services to these properties, and it's actually more expensive for the city than it is. It costs more than we get from property taxes after these properties are annexed. So both from an environmental and a fiscal perspective, I think it's better for us not to be the go-to place for developers of those lands. And then the second concern I have is about the neighborhood hub concept. This was actually developed with environmentalism in mind. The concept is that people who are not within walking distance of Laurel Street or El Camino, other areas where you could go to walk to get a sandwich or to buy some groceries, the idea was that those places that are more than half a mile away from other retail establishments, under certain circumstances, could have one or two very narrowly defined retail establishments that people could walk to. It enforces the neighborhood feel, and it provides an opportunity for people to get some food without having to get in their car. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. Leighton Burns, followed by Igor Kulikov.
My name is Leanne Burns, and I
Yes,
live.
sorry.
No, it's okay, no worries. I live on 999 Springfield, and I sit here thinking to myself, this is ridiculous what's going on, what the city has planned. And I look in the room, and half these people are like family to me. It breaks my heart that this plan wants to take our homes. Like Linda, I can at least name 20 people in this room that I grew up since I was 5 years old. So to me, this is my family, so please don't take my family away because this is all I have. So it's really hard because I was debating to even come up here and talk, but at the same time I need to let you know personally how I feel and our neighborhood feels, because for me, personally, I lost a family member, which was my only family member, and these people opened their hearts to me. So to me, this is a very nice city. I love the city. I was in the city. I've been in the city for 34 years of my life, and I don't want to go anywhere else, so please don't take our homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Igor Kulikov. And that is my last public speaker slip tonight. If anybody else would like to talk, you can. If you'd like to speak and I haven't had it, you can come right over here to the edge, and you guys can speak right after this, and we'll worry about the way we write it down after that. I don't have anything else. Please.
Hello, everyone. Hello, City Council. I just realized I should have been a little more prepared by writing things down, but there were several great points being brought tonight, but I want to tell you a little bit about myself. We've been San Carlos residents since '98. We purchased a house on Springfield, and I just realized tonight how many neighbors I know, even by working that much, and as well as my spouse. But we came to this country back in '93, and how did we achieve that? We worked really hard. I worked full-time, studying full-time, came here with no English. My wife worked 2 jobs and raising our then 5, 6, 7-year-old kid. 5 years after we came here, we were able to purchase a house. Everything happened for us back in '98. We became naturalized citizens, and I hope I'm not going to sound cocky, but I'm proud to be, I'm not going to elaborate on ups and downs, but I'm proud to be an American, and I'm also proud to be a resident of San Carlos. I'm going to give you a quick example, and you may laugh or even, maybe at least smile at that. We came from Ukraine, and something what's happening now, it could only happen back in my country, where there's one law on one day and another law the next day. Officials or feds or whoever could come over and take stuff away and buy you out, whatever. I thought it would never happen to me in this country, but I think it's been happening. Because if you hear people talking about living living American dream, I'm living proof. I've lived an American dream purchasing my house here up until last week, until I learned what's going to happen to us. And if you're talking about middle-class community, one of the speakers here, her husband is a former policeman. Neighbor across the street, she's, I apologize, I'm going to take 30 more seconds. I'm sorry.
I need you to complete your
I know,
comments,
I
please.
understand.
Thanks.
An accountant, both neighbors on both of the sides of, they're school teachers, middle school and elementary school teachers. So what's the better example of, creating a middle-class neighborhood? So what I want to ask you folks, I hope I won't insult anyone if I say you were all in like late 40s, 50s, early 60s. You go back home, you go back home, you look at your family members, you think if you could hurt them in any way, and if you did, how would you feel about it? I want you to think of me too, and how you're going to vote for that and shatter my American dream. Thank you. Thank you.
Bob Emmert.
My name is Sandy Williams. I live at 1052 Springfield, the so-called safe side. As for impacting property values, the gentleman across the street has his house for sale. He had an offer. When the realtor told him about what this whole plan coming up, the offer was withdrawn. So that impacted him, and he needs to sell his house. That's one example that happened immediately, and you didn't even have to vote on it. It just had to be a rumor. The east side of San Carlos is the most affordable. You've got state mandates for low-income housing or affordable housing. About the only place that the beginning families can afford is east side San Carlos. In 1948, Springfield was built as part of a 5-street neighborhood. The streets only lead to each other. It was built as a neighborhood as it remained as a neighborhood. And it should not be divided and torn apart like that. It's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense at all. Why would you take away the affordable housing to make more affordable housing? We have on Springfield a doctor, teachers, policemen, bus driver, all those things that you say you need to make houses for. Well, that's who lives there. And you want to take their houses away or allow the developers to it. I realize you're not doing anything to me. And that's just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have a speaker card from Bob Emmert. Is he here? Okay. Sam Hersberg? Great, thanks. Please.
Adios. Mr. Mayor, Councilman, staff, my name is Bob Emmert. I live at 367 Fairfield. I've been a resident of the Loyola neighborhood since 1960. During that time, the need to address traffic flow on Holly Street has been apparent, if not obvious. Probably deserves another study, and will probably be studied again in 5 or 10 years more. I came here tonight in my neutral gray shirt, hoping to hear a rational or logical explanation for why Springfield and Fairfield homes were included. Seems that everybody here was opposed to it, though. The one person who spoke in favor was more passionate than logical, I thought. Unless you can find some reason better than I heard, I would urge you to omit the Planning Commission's proposal from the general plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Emmert. Sam Hersberg.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I'm a board member of the Greater East San Carlos, and just like to extend the invitation to have a better dialogue on future land use issues around our neighborhood. As you can see from the general plan map, most of the proposed changes in the general plan are directly around our neighborhood. In fact, all of the land uses around our neighborhood are proposed for change. And how that change is managed, there are a couple points. We've got to have representation on the Planning Commission, somebody representing the Greater East Side interests. We have to live with these projects 24/7, and we understand our community's concerns. We can help try to problem solve these things. when proposals, I had invited the planning director and community services director to our neighborhood meeting tomorrow to come and give a presentation on proposed land use changes. I didn't realize at the time that the city council was going to take action on the final map tonight. So, that kind of outreach should have happened earlier. I'd also like to just comment on, last Thursday there was a community conversation about multifamily housing. This dialogue really should have happened far before the GPAC started making long-term land use changes and having a dialogue with the community about some of the developments that you heard tonight at 767 Industrial, the Transit Village, or along Holly Street. We don't want to have a contentious relationship. And in fact, our neighborhood association would rather not be in between trying to interpret what the city is trying or not trying to do. We'd really like the city to have that dialogue with the residents, and then we could try and problem solve instead of trying to interpret and get it wrong. And if there's a better way to work, we'd really like to extend a hand to try and see if there's a better way to communicate with each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric Sevum.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I had a long night tonight, so I'll try and make it concise. My name is Eric Sevum. I'm an active board member for the San Carlos Chamber of Commerce. My company is also very involved with sponsorship and volunteering in the community. So I'm here tonight to speak as the owner of A+ Japanese Auto Repair, and on behalf of my parents. They own the property that our business is in. This is the area that's proposed for residential to be involved with the industrial area. We opened our doors in '97, had 2 employees, and 10 years later we have 13 employees full-time in the city of San Carlos. The business climate on Industrial Road allows for light industrial and commercial businesses to be highly successful and useful for the citizens of San Carlos. Among many things, Industrial Road allows businesses to be highly visible and accessible by its community, which is a key ingredient to our success. Oftentimes, residential units in a similar area are less attractive due to the exact same reasons. A+ Japanese Auto Repair operates with other businesses in our area, including warehouses, parts warehouses, stereo shops, body shops, fleet vehicle work, tile, marble, and delivery businesses. They're all located within a 300-yard radius from our shop. Many of these businesses rely on us for work, and we rely on them for our service. If residential is moved into this area, business will not be welcomed and will be forced to move out. Our business-to-business support system will fail if that passes in San Carlos. I had a chance to hear Mark Tarpening speak at a lunch in 2007. Mark's the co-founder of Tesla Motors, an electric car company whose headquarters is in San Carlos. Mark spoke about the evolution of his company and how they built their headquarters here in San Carlos. When the founders were searching for the location, they told their agent that they were looking for 3 things. The location needed to be close to the train station so they can attract talented employees from the whole Bay Area, including Stanford and Berkeley. They requested that dining needs to be within walking distance so their staff could walk easily to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And lastly, they requested a central location where they could get parts, supplies, and services to manufacture their electric vehicle. The intelligent business founders of Tesla Motors did not choose the city of San Carlos on accident. It's unfortunate that they had to move, but we don't have any room to accommodate them.
I'm going to have to ask you to please conclude your comments.
So if we allow residential to get into our industrial area, that's going to limit our business and make it unattractive for new business. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speaker slips. If anybody would like to please come and speak to the council.
My name is Jerry Carroll. I own a machine shop in San Carlos. I moved to San Carlos in 1965, and I've been in business since 1970. At the peak of our business, we had over 40 people employed, highly skilled people. I'm just speaking to the issue of residential and industrial mixing. I've always had that problem because I was located on Terminal Way for many years, 25 years, backing up to residential. I'm now, although I'm much smaller now, I'm on East San Carlos Avenue, backing up to Montgomery Avenue. When we get busy, we have to work late in the evening. It's always a problem for the residents behind us, and it's a problem for us and our employees. Mixing industrial and residential just is not good, and I've experienced it for 38 years, and it's been very difficult. We've already lost a lot of industrial space in San Carlos with the big retail and the big box. I think that it's a very bad move to lose more. We provide jobs, highly skilled jobs. We provide tax revenue, maybe not as much as Home Depot, but, anyway, residential, industrial, not a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Please come to the podium.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak for such a long time. My name is Rob Boynton. My wife and I own Midland Cabinets at 719 Industrial Road. We moved to our building from Redwood City, and we picked that location because we felt it was one of the best light industrial areas on the peninsula that very well represented all the businesses that work with general contracting and remodeling of your homes. So we thought that being on Industrial Road was very good for our business, and we do not believe that mixing residential with the industrial, light industrial and commercial uses that San Carlos is, the industrial area is currently laid out for, is in the best interest of the town or the neighborhood. And we support and endorse the staff's recommendation, which is requesting you to do not adopt the resolution directing the Planning Commission to conduct a review of this request of the general plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dave Esmond. I'm a resident going on about 7 years here of San Carlos and East San Carlos specifically. I didn't come preparing remarks. I thought I would just show up with my red shirt and that would be enough, but here I am. I look out and I see my fellow neighbors here who I've been seeing for a good long time, and their passion pleas. I'm right here. I moved from Sylvan, and I would have been in the thick of this, 2 blocks, and I'm on Bayport. So my backyard is essentially where this Holly expansion would be. I'm very concerned at the speed that this has been happening. I understand there's been studies. I just don't think there's been enough communication. Thank goodness for Sam Hertzberg, who alerted me to this and put me on the email list. I want to be involved. I'd like to understand what the plans are going to look like. I'm an engineer. Maybe I can help. I don't know. But I just, again, my main concern is it seems like it's happening very quickly. This is major change. It's clearly impacting a lot of lives, and so we want to be very careful. We have a big hospital coming. We have lots of change in the works. We need to slow down and make sure we're making the right decisions. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mark Lockenmeyer, and I'm the president of the Harbor Industrial Association. I'm also a member of EDAC. And I wanted to say that the HIA was very much involved with this process. Michelle Margiotta did an excellent job. She went to all the meetings. She came back to our meetings and reported in. The City of San Carlos, Al Sabay, Brian Mora, Mark Sawicki, and Mark Weiss came to all our meetings. We had any kind of questions. We grilled these guys. We asked them questions. We wanted to get to the bottom of things. So the information was out there for everyone to get. And I'd like to extend, I'll tell a little bit about our organization. 50 years, we represent the interests of the harbor area, from Harbor down to Holly, the industrial users, tenants, all those type of businesses. If someone from the Springfield, Holly area wants to come to our meetings, we'd be happy to have them. We're the first Thursday of every month, 12 noon at the Vans. And you can hear, you can ask questions, you can see what we're doing. We were very much involved with PAMP and that project. We wrote up reports, we met with city, we wrote letters, all that type of stuff. So we're a proactive organization. As many of you have seen, you have to be proactive. You have to be out there, you have to know what's going on. And this is kind of a wake-up call for you. So good luck, and if you want to come to our meetings, we'd be happy to have you. Thanks.
Next public speaker, please. Is there anybody else who would like to speak tonight?
Hi, Council. John Carlson. I live here in San Carlos, and I just wanted to quickly add my voice to those, the opposition to making the 767 industrial a mixed-use residential. I believe the conflict with the airport, as well as the other users, is just not worth it. We obviously also lose the sales tax revenue and so forth, and as a City of San Carlos resident, I would prefer to see that area continue to be used in the light industrial / commercial that it is. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak on item 10A? I have no more speaker slips. Anybody else? All right, then we'll conclude public comment. We're going to take a 5-minute stretch your legs break, and we'll jump right into it.
Here's the deal. You don't make a motion to extend.
On until one by one.
Bring it in. You got the hammer. Maybe.
I can't do it. You want a cookie?
Sugar-free biscotti.
Randy, you want a cookie?
Made proudly at a local bakery here.
Thank you. Here, let me pass the mat.
Mr. Mayor, move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Do we have a second? A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Great, Christine. You're done.
Yeah. Okay. So, Council, we're, as promised, we're going to, and then based on the number of comments proportionally on item number 11, I'd suggest with Council's consensus that we talk about study area 11 first. And who would like to begin? Everybody, don't knock each other out of the way getting in there first. Councilmember Mott.
I'll jump, Mr. Mayor. First, I did want to acknowledge all the people who did come out and speak. This is it's obviously a passionate subject for folks. It is a difficult thing to come in front of a city council, in front of your neighbors, and make a speech. I want to acknowledge that that's a tough thing to do. I also want to acknowledge that there was an elected official at a much higher pay grade than I who made a comment that feelings are facts. So I want to just share a couple of facts that are very clear. Folks are angry. That's a fact. Folks are feeling misled. That's a fact. Folks are feeling disenfranchised, unincluded. Those are facts. There are legitimate gripes that the good folks who live in the Loreola neighborhoods have. Legitimately, the city has not done as well to address those legitimate things as we can. Some of the rhetoric that has come, and I've tried to address as many of the emails as I've got, but some of the rhetoric has been a little over the top. When I met with some of the folks in East San Carlos this weekend, they came and said, you know, you're right, we did go over the top. There's an opportunity here to work together. Let's take that opportunity. Some of the names that have been hurled at city staff, at my colleagues on the dais, aren't really called for. Let's acknowledge there are legitimate things to work on. Let's work on them. I will point a couple things out. Both Mr. Fuller and Sam spoke about leadership and what it means in the East San Carlos area. There was a discussion of, we want you, the leaders of San Carlos, to reach out to East San Carlos. I agree, we should. But I will also put my expectations out there for leadership of East San Carlos, that part of the role, if you're going to take the role of a leader of a neighborhood association or any other group, make certain that the facts that are distributed are correct, accurate, and checked. You owe that to the people you lead. Finally, I'll just wrap it all up with this. I've said this in the past, so I'm going to be somewhat consistent to what I've been saying for a number of months. The GPAC process to me is a terrific process. It has meant thousands of hours of folks putting work in. It is an inclusive process. It has brought a lot of people in from the public. It is not a perfect process, but it's been good. I like the fact that these points have been vetted, folks have looked at it, and I would need, to a large extent, something really overwhelming, something that we have completely forgotten, something that kind of go, I could have had a V8 better kind of moment, for me to overturn something that the GPAC has put forward. As a side note, Mr. Mayor, I'll tell you that I've learned it takes me another half hour to buy groceries, just because I get stopped. And I've also learned frozen foods last. But folks will stop me and say, hey, I've got an idea. I do this. What do you think's supposed to happen? I make certain to listen to everybody. So what's in front of me here with Planning Commission, I kind of look at that as these are another set of proposals. With regard to Area 11, do I see anything that is so spectacular that, my gosh, we got to go do this? No, I don't. My inclination is the GPAC recommendation is a good one. I would like to clarify a point that came out with regard to the overlay district. And I was looking at the minutes. The statement was, the comments included, this is an important gateway. The suggestion was to put an overlay over alternate 2. Committee member Pat Bell made the motion to put a gateway overlay over alternate 2, create a gateway that is more visually inviting. Scott Marsters seconded the motion. So it wasn't somebody from the west side who shoved it down GPAC's throat. Let's be clear what it was. All that stated, I'm happy to move forward with the GPAC recommendation, and let's start to talk about other areas as time permits.
And to be clear, that's the gateway concept that it wasn't extended by, not the one that extended by the Planning Commission, but the one that was originally proposed by GPAC.
By the one that was originally proposed by GPAC.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Royce?
Just as introduction, I've been involved for 8 or 9 months. I've tried to attend most of the workshops, talked to a lot of people. I've gotten a lot of emails, and I've tried to reply to several in the last week or two on this area. And I will comment that actually I was quite impressed, not only this evening, I think we were pretty professional and people speaking, but I really enjoyed sharing information with 8 or 9 or 10 people, learned a lot. People were excellent on the east side, talking back and forth, email or on the phone. So thank you, and thank you, as Omar said, for showing your enthusiasm. I think we have all of Springfield, of San Carlos here this evening. As an elected official, I'd like to talk about 3 areas because they all relate to what we're trying to do here. And the first area are, all the people of San Carlos, all the people. We have 28,000 people. We have the kid that's going to be born next week, 28,001. And we're very interested in what we do with Holly. It's one of the main arteries coming in. I think there are opportunities on how we handle other areas of the city, how Britton and Howard cross Old County over to El Camino. I think there's some fine-tuning. As you exit through Whipple over that way, we've seen Redwood City go down the 1 lane. I mean, there's some improvements and some fine-tuning that we could do. But granted, Holly will continue, I think, forever to be probably the main, if not, of course, one of the major entrances and exits into the city. And I'm committed to all the people of San Carlos to get not those moms and dads to and from work, but I'd like to get those moms and dads home an extra 5 minutes early or avoid getting them home 10 minutes or 15 minutes late for their families. And whatever we could do for an efficiency and safety to move people from 101 and from, of course, our corridors of 280 and through all the side streets, I'm very interested in doing so. The proposal on what the overlay is for the Holly residents themselves, I had an opportunity when I campaigned to walk that street twice and knock on every door. I talked to a couple people twice, some people I didn't talk to. But it isn't a good situation. I am concerned about the quality of life. There's a lot of children on the street. There's fumes. There's noise. It's a really not a healthy, pleasant situation. Not only in the morning commute and the evening, but on the weekends and at lunchtime. It's just not. And I'll use the word healthy because I'm interested in health. To have that type of situation against those homes. And so, you know, for us to put, or for the GPAC to recommend some long-range 20 to 30-year opportunities to utilize some two-story housing. We see a lot of two-story, three-story, four-story, all the way along the railway corridor, all the way up and down to San Jose. There's homes, there's townhouses, there's condominiums, there's triple pane glass, there's landscaping, there's beauty, there's just a lot better quality of life for residents. There's going to be change. We see change, and being on the Planning Commission for 3 years, when you look at Elm Street and Walnut Street and every place in the city, there are people who are adding on their homes. They are tearing down some small homes and building condos, 6, 8 levels. You can see what Hacienda has done with Salvatore's now. There's more density, more housing, which is our commitment to provide more density, more housing, more low-income housing for everybody. And so if there's an opportunity to provide that, but I'm more interested in better quality for residents. If we could do that sometime in the long term, it's not going to happen probably in my lifetime, but long term, if we could allow that master plan to be available, I would like to do that. And last is Springfield. I have a problem moving it all the way to Springfield as the Planning Commission has recommended. I understand why. There is an issue with how you get traffic, you know, off of Holly. It's not fun to live. And again, I haven't lived there, but I've stood there a few times, and I've been on Holly trying to watch a resident back out of their driveway on Holly. It is very, very difficult. And so I think their overall thinking was, how can we provide more flexibility in the circulation of traffic? And yet I think the offset of that is it affords, I think, too much of a impression or change, or one of you had a good word, I can't remember, insult, maybe that's too strong of a word, but the neighborhood, we need to respect it. Springfield is a very quiet street. You probably get 40 cars a day going down the street. We on the street I live, get about 2,000 cars a day on my street. I'm not complaining, but your neighborhood, we need to respect those boundaries. You mentioned we're doing things outside of your area. I would like to do some things on Holly longer term, but as much as we could respect and retain the neighborhoods and the plane crossing the street without worrying about cars is something that I would like to do. Scott mentioned, Marsters mentioned, and I would like to try to explore, we do have North Holly and South Holly, and we have Holly Street in the middle. There may be some creativity of moving the street one way or the other. He talked about moving the street to the south side. I don't have enough technical ability to figure out how you would do that, but whether or not there's a way to put the street on one side or the other, or in the middle, or how you put a frontage road or townhouses with circles and loops, but we do need to explore, and I think this transportation overlay or this will allow us that flexibility from one side of Holly to the other side of Holly to explore some creativity of how to move cars. So with that, I'm really think the GPAC and the Planning Commission, you think about the Planning Commission, I'm going away from number 11 here. There's pretty much agreement. We have 11 areas here. There was a lot of work done over 8 or 9 months. And so there's some fine-tuning now. Of course, fine-tuning is, I know, major here as it relates to your area. But there are members. There was representation from all the groups, including the East Side, when this transportation overlay came up. I think it's been communicated. We're looking at options, and I, too, recommend the GPAC's recommendation and basically recommend what the Planning Commission has done with the exception of not moving over to Springfield.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Brooker?
Bring my mic over here. I first have some questions that came up as a result of the public comment, so I hope staff could answer a few things.
Absolutely.
I wanted to hear some comment. I think it was Margaret Desmond brought up this issue of density bonuses. So I would like to know what that means. You know, we had a display up here that said this is low density, so many units per acre. But if we include the density bonuses, which seem to always come into play, and I think it all has relationship to the state and city allowances for below market housing, can you speak to that? What was she talking about?
Certainly, Mr. Council Member. Attachment 14 of the staff report talks about residential density explanation and illustration, and essentially what I was referring to back then is there's a couple of things. We have a below market rate ordinance in our city that says that any development must supply 15% of a residential development for affordable housing. In addition to that, there's state law, it's called Assembly Bill 1818 or SB 1818, that says that cities are required to provide developers with an option to go up to 35% more than the maximum density that the city allows, with careful consideration, and also cities can offer other concessions, like parking concessions, setbacks, and things like that. What I was referring to is that a developer, if they come to our city, they have to, the state law allows a developer to, and requires a developer to conform to the city's below market rate ordinance first, and then they can go ahead and apply for the 35% density increase above that.
So you could, she was right, you could have as much as a 50% increase in density.
Yeah, and you must provide affordable housing, so the two are connected in that.
Sure.
You have to do the 15% first, and then you can go for the 35% density bonus, but there is a caveat that you must provide additional affordable housing units.
City Attorney Lanzone, could you?
In order to get 35% density bonus, you'd have to provide a whole lot of affordable housing that no developer has even come close to, proposing in our city or any other. I mean, it's so. I mean, that's a way out figure.
But isn't
maximum figure?
Isn't some of that out there usually because of parking standards, and there could be an argument that this is close to transit, so you really reduce your parking requirements, allows for more building within which someone could live. So
that's correct.
We may not get to 35, but maybe we get to 20 or something like that, correct?
It's possible, yes.
Again, it's possible, but we haven't seen it in our city, and we haven't seen it in the surrounding cities.
True, but this is a, 20-year document? Okay. Thank you for that explanation. The other thing, when I took my own personal break there, I was listening. I was standing outside. I didn't want to interrupt the fellow that was speaking, and I heard him segue onto one of my comments when I was trying to get to this idea of the overlay and what does it mean. And the gentleman asked, well, if the overlay happens, what does that mean if I want to add on to my house or do an addition or a remodel to my house? And I didn't hear his question answered, so I'm going to ask it. What happens? I live on Holly Street, the overlay happens, and I decide, my 2-bedroom, 1-bath house is not quite big enough for me and my wife and 2 kids. I want to add a bedroom. And I come down to City Hall and I'm told, can't add the bedroom. There's an overlay district on where you live. Or what is it? What are we looking at?
City Attorney Lanzone, you said it most clearly earlier. Could you?
It's legal conforming, and you can add on.
Okay, so that answers that gentleman's question. Okay, good.
Let me say it again. Sure. The overlay with the overlay, and whatever you're providing in the overlay and the underlying zoning district are both legal. So that means if you come in for an addition, it's a conforming use, and you can add on. You can do whatever you can do in the district. There's no restriction on it. Okay. If you change the zoning, for example, suppose you had a single-family residential and then you changed it to a commercial, then you'd be legal non-conforming, and you couldn't add on, or there'd be restrictions on adding on. But with an overlay district, there's no restriction on adding on.
Okay, I have two more questions. One is, there was a thing up there about two-story maximum. But one of the things I see going on around town with these, what we call sideway buildings, is, like just over here on, let's see, Walnut, I guess it's Elm Street, whichever. They're building one of these buildings right now. And so then they put in a concrete wall that stands about 5 feet tall, fill the thing with dirt, and suddenly a two-story building is, up at least another half a floor because they built this berm all the way around and filled it with dirt. So according to the fire code and all these kinds of things about egress and everything, they meet the requirements of a two-story building. Is that a possibility?
Well, generally, the zoning code will have a definition as to how you measure the height, and it'll say you measure it from the grade or the finished grade. And perhaps the planning manager knows the exact definition, but that's generally what I understand it to be, is that it's measured from the finished grade to the very top of the roof line. So that's how it's measured. I understand what you're saying, but that's the definition, and that's how it's measured.
Is it finished grade when, the developer walks on the lot and it's just dirt? Or is it finished grade after the developer's built his berm and filled it with dirt? When do we define finished grade?
Well, finished grade means after the development is completed, so it's finished.
There you go. Okay.
Now, yeah.
I understand. My last question is, and I was hoping the city engineer would still be here. Oh, he is here. Oh, good. Thank you. So it seems, while you're walking up, it seems the nub of this overlay has to do with traffic on Holly Street. And the desire, as Bonnie McClure said, she's been working 18 years trying to widen Holly Street. So my question is, it's kind of one question, but it has perhaps many parts. Just how wide could we make Holly Street? We've got nodes at either end, the 101 interchange, and we've got the underpass at the railroad. That seems to be a limiting factor. And if the nub of this is traffic impacts to Holly, has your department or the city looked at, we obviously have a traffic issue here, but have we looked at other solutions? We've got, for me, I do the get smart thing. I've been in San Carlos long enough. I know if I'm coming down 101 and I'm getting off the freeway, heck, if I'm going to go Holly Street, especially at certain times of day, I'll either take, Harbor and Belmont, or I'll swing all the way down to Britain and do that. It's a lot easier. Avoid the traffic. So have we really, does your department feel like we've really vetted this issue and studied it thoroughly? Is the only solution widening Holly Street? Here we got homes. San Mateo has the same problem. They've got a street, I think it's Hillsdale.
Excuse me, Counselor, can I actually, part of that comment, though, is a threshold question, is how wide can Holly be, right? That's one aspect.
How wide, yeah, it's a two-part question. How wide could Holly possibly be, given the nodes at either end of it? And the second question, do we really feel like we've vetted this issue thoroughly where the only solution to our traffic problem is widening Holly Street? Have we looked at how can we get people to go on to Britain or get off at, use Harbor, Holly being one way, or, is this the only solution, widening Holly Street and disrupting all these homes? And I realize you're new on the job. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Let's make sure that
I can hear
everyone
Bob
out there-
thinking down there.
Let's make sure that everyone out there knows Mr. Wheel's been on duty about, what, a month and a half?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so, I'm just to be fair, he may not have all the specifics.
Right, and also city staff, if you can help.
Help out, yeah.
But please.
This, of course, is a planning, we're talking about the general plan, and we're not talking about a public works project here. So, and we haven't really, as far as I know, there hasn't been a public works project to say what could be done with Holly. What are the constraints? In general, the constraints, the existing homes and their driveways, and the need to have a car length behind the sidewalk is your constraint. And so, to my eye, I haven't gone out to do measurements, there really isn't much opportunity to widen it much beyond what you have right now.
I'm sorry, all I heard was clapping. The last part, there's not much.
To my eye, that there isn't much opportunity to widen it much beyond what you have right now.
Excuse me, just to help out, City Manager Rice, are you aware if there's been any studies? I'm just trying to help out.
I can't speak to all of the studies, but certainly it was analyzed when we went through the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And there was an environmental analysis, and we looked at the width of the city right-of-way and concluded the improvements that we could make within that right-of-way and the stacking capacity that would allow. And we have the traffic analysis with regards to the improvements to capacity that the CIP project, the capital improvement project, would allow. So that data is available as part of the analysis to the Palo Alto Medical Foundation within the confines of the right-of-way that the city currently owns. And so that's the CIP project that is under consideration and being processed by the Senate currently to widen it, I think 5 feet on either side.
Yes. I may have misspoke. There is a project just right at the corner of Industrial and Holly to add one lane at that location, and it would be done within the existing right-of-way. And I thought Councilmember Grocot's question was more long-term.
Yes, and actually, your answer is dealing with existing conditions, that there are homes there are driveways, there are garages. What I'm looking at is what this overlay is proposing, which is you do the overlay because that lays out the red carpet for a developer to come in, buy up as many properties as possible, perhaps all of them if they could possibly afford that. Forgetting it for the moment, Springfield or just Holly, but let's say it's just Holly. Buy up all the homes on both sides of the street and then realign the road, widen it, but still, when you get to 101 interchange, when you get to the underpass at the train, you've got limiting factors, and that's actually more my question is, and I would think especially at the underpass, there's got to be some limiting factor to how wide Holly Street could even become or what its traffic capacity could be. And I guess we haven't done any.
No, that's correct. I mean, that's absolutely correct. The capacity is defined by the intersections, more so than the actual width of any particular stretch between those intersections of the roadway. And so that analysis has been done as part of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation and the environmental review in terms of the capacity analysis. Now, if you were looking, truly globally here, and if you were willing to look at widening the underpass at Holly Street and Old County Road, in that, it would be a major capital project involving the underpass, the railroad, something probably well beyond the financial capacity of the city. Now, whether or not we've gone to the extent of analyzing, the elimination of rows of houses and adding 3 or 4 lanes, no, I don't think so. Certainly not since this issue was raised by the Planning Commission just a few weeks back.
Robert, thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Go ahead.
So I guess there are some limiting factors. We just haven't. We have looked at it in the Palo Alto study, but we haven't then taken that data and interpolated it and designed a roadway and said, well, we need this much right-of-way, we'd take this much road.
It sounds like we've only done it for existing conditions, not...
Right.
Well, and if we can redesign the whole thing, what could it be? We haven't done that study yet.
Right.
We've analyzed it from the capacity of the development that we know that is being proposed on the east side, and we've done the analysis with respect to what the levels of service would be at the intersections if all of that development would occur. I mean, that analysis has been done.
Has been done, I realize that, yes. But that's impact to an intersection, not necessarily an entire roadway, what that roadway would look like. And I guess, the other thing that, I don't know, council members, what I'm looking at is I don't necessarily see, I appreciate, and as liaison for the council, I've met with the chair a couple times. He told me about what they were doing and so forth. I didn't always, well, this last meeting we had, I didn't have time to report back to you because here we are. But he did explain to me what their reasoning was with the overlay, was just to kind of open up the concept and, they didn't necessarily want to threaten anybody's home, but they just wanted to open up the concept and get some fire under this idea of what do we do about this traffic problem? And as Mr. Marster said, it didn't mean necessarily that the solution to the problem is widening Holly Street, realigning Holly Street, buying up properties or anything. If I understand Mr. Marsters correctly, he was saying, let's do this, and then it kind of opens up with the general plan policies that we've got a problem at Holly. How do we deal with it? It doesn't necessarily mean we do anything to Holly, but we do need to address the traffic issue, and that's kind of reason that's in line with my questioning is what have we done? It sounds like we haven't really done that much to really look at globally, to use the city manager's words. What do we do about traffic between 101 and trying to get into the west side of town? We get across town.
I'm just, in the interest of time,
I understand,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
But these things are big issues. And,
I know they're big issues, but I think we get your point. And we
very good.
Mr. Mayor, move to extend the meeting to midnight.
We have a second?
I'll second that.
Good, thanks. And
I'm going to wait for any other, I want to hear other.
Yeah, but no disrespect intent. I just thought that I had it.
I understand. So I'd like to hear some discussion and,
we're ready to move
before I
on
make
to
any more.
Vice Mayor Grisilli?
We have a motion on the
Call the question.
To 12. Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Fantastic. Bob?
Okay. I'll be very brief. First of all, I appreciate everyone coming out. I've often said that if we could get a couple of 100, 300 people to come to most of our meetings instead of one every 3 or 4 years, our government would probably run a lot smoother because there'd be a lot more input from the people who live in our community. So I appreciate that everyone was here and took their time from their families and to come out tonight to voice their opinions. And needless to say, I listened to each person that spoke and tried to process in my mind what they were saying. The GPAC situation, as I mentioned earlier, is not something we do very often. It's a lot of visioning. It's a lot of ideas. Quite honestly, that's not my mind. My mind doesn't work that well in that area. I'll be quite honest. I'm more the practical side. Give me a problem, I'll try to solve it. But there's a lot of people who put a lot of hours into this and threw a lot of things on the table to try to come up with different ideas. And that's exactly what this process did. It came up with a number of ideas and generated an awful lot of questions and answers that we have to come up with the solutions for. So I just want to make those points. Not all the ideas, however, would necessarily be considered or be considered good. And obviously, a number of folks tonight indicated that they didn't feel some of these ideas were very good. And certainly that's their right, and that doesn't mean that people don't have a chance to throw ideas out. That's what our community is all about. If we all thought the same way, it'd be a pretty bad situation all the way around. I'm not for the overlay for Springfield. I got right to the quick. I think that was, I'm not quite sure why it came out, but I'm not for it at all. And to be quite honest, after listening to all the people that are here tonight, and I know I believe there's, I'm not sure how many houses, I believe there's 20, 25 houses on Holly Street. I'm not sure exactly how many there are. I'm also not willing, quite honestly, to vote for the GPAC recommendation because I understand why it's there, and I understand why we're trying to do this for looking ahead, and again, a difficulty that I have perhaps in doing that, but it's so intrinsic when someone has a home, and from my past background in business, believe me, I know about homes. The people that bought those homes, they bought them to live in them. And again, Holly is a difficult issue. As Mr. Grocott said, we have got to have a lot more study to figure out how to do that. And if there is a widening at certain ends, there may be that situation. But to take someone's home, or to, should we say, I wouldn't say, let me rephrase that, not take someone's home. To put a cloud, let's say, a cloud over someone's home is just not right. And I appreciate all the work that was done, and it's difficult for me to stand here and go against folks that worked lots and lots of hours and thought really, really hard about this. But I won't be supporting either one for Section 11 tonight. That's all I have to say.
Again, I want to thank the public for all coming out tonight. It's great to see everybody energized and out and talking about things, and we appreciate your point of view, and I think you saw council listening intently to everybody's point of view tonight, and we appreciate all the communication and so forth. Also appreciate all the time staff, GPAC, Planning Commission. There's a lot of people putting a lot of time into this over 9 months, and everybody's really trying to do the same thing. It's like, how can we make San Carlos a better place to live? We don't always agree on the methodology, but I think we're all in it for the same reasons. And tonight it's great to see the East Side neighborhood here and all energized and together. I know it's under arduous conditions, and actually I apologize for some of the fear of the process. I mean, it is a process, but for all of you, you have to think about your families and your homes and all that kind of stuff. That's painful stuff, and so I know that's tough, and I'm sorry that's been a part of the process for you. And Springfield, in my opinion, is not on the table in this overlay area at all. And then I want to talk about the overlay areas. So I'm just sort of trying to get through this as quickly as possible, given the. But actually, I do what Matt does, that avoid Holly Street. I go to either Harbor or Britain. So I was wondering if I could get a hand for that. Thanks. Just trying to share the love. The crowd. I have. So here's the thing about the gateway concept that I'm not entirely clear on, or I think there's an aspect of this that I just don't agree with. Number one, I do agree that it's tough to have sort of a shroud over your home and your area and so forth. I totally agree that we have a traffic issue with Holly, and it's painful for everyone. It's painful for the residents to have that as well. The question for me on the gateway concept is, I guess I don't understand why medium density housing, how it alleviates the Holly problem. That's it. I don't mean that. I guess when I first heard the gateway concept, I sort of thought, okay, as we approach the center of town, is there a way for us to sort of, if we, could sit back from a planning perspective and say, how would we do this? We maybe would have done it differently, but we do have people in place there now. So the difficult thing is, how do you find a viable thing for homeowners on Holly that they could get behind, or, it's not something we can sort of get into in any kind of a light manner because of the implications for everybody and their families. So the gateway concept for me, again, my concern is that I don't think medium density alleviates, and it still means that, on two sides of Holly, if you have more density, don't you just have still a greater traffic problem? And I think probably the idea of the gateway concept was something more drastic, which means if you have a whole gateway area, then what you could like Councilman Royce was discussing, you could redesign, the entire concept of that area. But then, like Vice Mayor Griselli said, we have real people in those houses. So that, my sense is that we don't have quite the right concept yet for that. And my sense is that if we're going to enter into the idea that we need to do something in Holly, I think we need to do it more comprehensively and in a way that actually engages the homeowners in a way, kind of a project that can win for everybody. So that's my concern with putting this out there as a 20-year plan. And I encourage council discussion on that a little bit. As we get into the next things, there's also, although I don't really want to see medium density on both sides of Holly or that as an idea. And by the way, tonight, after we talk about these different areas. I'm sorry.
I was just curious, because I'm looking at you're saying medium density. I don't know if that's what you wanted to say, because I'm looking at it means low.
Sorry, low density.
Okay.
But increasing the density from single family. But as we get into other areas tonight, and we'll all have a chance to have some more general comment on this, but when we get into 2+ story design, I think we also need to talk about consider a policy in design in San Carlos for setbacks in second and third stories. You just look at, and this is not in comments to the gateway concept right now, but as we look at greater density, I think we also have to consider as policy design standards that work better than certain projects we have in town, and certain projects in town work better than others. So we can move on. I think we probably are in an area for some sort of a motion in study area 11. Again, if there's greater discussion, we can also have that. But I think for this area of the plan, we could entertain a motion.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Before that, I just want to add to what's been said here. I think with respect to respecting the GPAC and the work they did, I think they were led to try and solve Holly and the traffic problem. But I think what we see here tonight is that I don't want city staff to take this critically. It's not meant to be critical. But let's say we, have not really done our homework completely to look at the traffic issues and how they might be dealt with. GPAC was led to try and solve it, and so they solved it with an overlay. So no disrespect to what they did or what the Planning Commission followed up with. But I just don't think we've completely vetted this issue, and perhaps this is not the way to necessarily solve it. It may be in the end, but we need to really look at how traffic comes in and out and not just attack Holly Street. And so that's why I'm not ready to approve this overlay with no disrespect to the GPAC.
Mr. Mayor, then I'll be happy to make a motion and see if we can discuss if there's a problem with the motion. I'll make a motion that we, I don't know what the word is, I guess, do not approve the overlay that's been presented by either the Planning Commission or GPAC for the Holly or Springfield area. Does that make, Mr. City Attorney? So that's my motion. Simple English.
I'll second it.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
Is there other discussion on this tonight? The only other question I would have is as a gateway as a concept, council doesn't support or this definition of gateway as a concept. Do you understand what it?
Yeah, it's hard for me to know the concept of gateway. It sounds great, but like you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, how does approving a second story to the whole Holly Street improve the traffic? And getting to Mr. Grocot's comment or point, improve the traffic there. It's just really difficult for me. It makes for beautiful planning and for a beautiful vision. But the difficulty is the practicality of the people living there, as you mentioned.
So I guess from my standpoint is, as a future solution, do we need to, talk about that area as a solution that can work for everybody? I think maybe. I just think this definition at this time is not the right one. So I don't know, whether that goes back to GPAC, but this overlay under this definition, and I certainly don't agree with, so I would support the motion as is, but I'm just trying to give GPAC a little bit of.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, I understand what's going on, but one of the things that I learned coming on to council was it seemed that previous councils didn't make decisions, and all of a sudden we've got a big pile to deal with. The elephant in the room is that Holly Street is a tough problem to deal with. We may all agree that the mechanics that have been put together here are not the way to go, but how do we want to deal with it? And I'm not going to be terribly satisfied. I'm happy to vote for the motion and move on, but I'm not going to be satisfied just saying, yeah, we'll just wait for another council to deal with Holly Street sometime down the road. If we're going to do something, let's at least put something out there to say, let's figure out how to deal with it. I think Mr. Grocott actually had a good seed of saying, what can we do about Britain? What can we do about Harbor? How do we start to look at traffic in general? Maybe that's not a GPAC problem, and maybe it's something that ought to be agendized later on. But I'd like to see this council take on the problem and start to move the ball.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Perhaps what we could send back to GPAC, they're going to be working on policies as a next step. So we've taken away this land use designation here on Holly, but what we don't necessarily have to take away is the gateway concept. And we could send back to GPAC, please work on the gateway concept.
That's exactly what I was
necessarily have to be
poorly
for
said
Holly.
earlier. I was trying to say keep the gateway concept, but we need to do a definition that works for
Right, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Holly. It's just a gateway concept, and it could be in the general plan as a policy.
Okay, well, do I need to amend my, Mr. City Attorney, do I need to amend my motion because I agree with Mr. Grocott on that, or is that just a policy thing that we can tell or advise GPAC on?
I think we were just discussing at staff that we can probably deal with that separately.
Okay. Give direction to staff?
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, my motion still stands in.
Any other comments on the motion? Christine?
Councilmember Mod?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right, we'll be here all week.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I could also just add as a brief note, as a proud Florida Gator of orange and blue, the sight of people I love and my neighbors wearing University of Georgia red is my version of hell.
Those are Fresno State Bulldogs. Yeah. Okay. Let's go on, and we're going to move over to study area 10, which was the second thing that we're going to tackle tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we have any other continuing direction, council, on that last?
I think we're just...
It's a separate issue.
We gave direction.
Okay. So comments to council stand as far as further direction to GPAC? Do you need any clarification, Mr. Svay? Good. Are you need to say something? No. Okay, good. Let's move on to study of area number 10. So let's give 1 second for the room to, if people want to either leave and talk, but we'll need to continue business. Great. All right. Study area 10, Councilmember Mott, are you in?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I guess as a result of trying to figure out what the new or what the old zoning is, it puts a confusing piece in this puzzle for me. So to some extent, the GPAC alternative 1 of do nothing is sort of the GPAC alternative 2 of single-family housing. So I guess what I'd like to see is some sort of a discussion of what doing nothing means versus doing something, because I'm personally confused.
And just to add on to that, if I will, so we don't, could someone close the doors, maybe? It's just a little, that's right, I just need to hear better. Tonight's information, because I think it was different than our packet, where that in 1988, there was a different designation. I was in the impression coming into tonight's meeting that that area, that unincorporated was not designated for anything, and then GPAC or Planning Commission was adding the designation of single-family low density. And so I was kind of prepared to come in and say, I don't think we should designate it. But is there, tonight, we have in the general plan, as it exists, as of 1988, that exists the way it is. So there's no change, and that is what it is.
That's correct. One of your other options is to remove it. So the GPAC was presented with 3 options. One was nothing, leave it undetermined like it is now. 2, the low-density option, which they pick, which is consistent with our current general plan, or to go to a slightly higher density single-family residential option. And their decision, as well as the Planning Commission's, is consistent with the way it is now. But again, you have the option to say, we don't agree since you're updating the general plan. Times have changed, policies change.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Mott, please continue.
I'll tell you, just generally, since I haven't seen in the packet, I think there's still some, I'm kind of looking at the notion that we're going to be seeing some additional information about this on November 10th, or maybe not, depending on how the noticing works. I'm almost of the opinion, could we move this till we can get some better information on what is the zoning, what is it supposed to be, or am I just missing something here entirely that...
City Attorney Lanzo?
We're just talking about the general plan designation of an area that is not annexed to the city yet. It's in our sphere of influence. So the city doesn't have to put anything in the general plan about it. As was mentioned before, it's already general planned and zoned in the county. However, we have in the general plan these policies for how we deal with property that might become annexed to the city. And I think that was the previous designation from 1988, and the other times the annexation policy has been visited is this low-density residential for any properties that might be annexed to the city if you decide you wanted to annex the properties to the city. Property in particular that was mentioned, Winding Way, was pre-zoned 2 years ago now, 3 years ago, by the city council. Pre-zoned, consistent with the general plan designation, to low-density residential. And that's coming forward as a project. What's before you now, with the different choices, I think Al indicated what your choices would be. You could say you don't want to have anything in the general plan to pre-designate the area. It might be open space, it might be residential, but you don't choose to designate it because it's in the sphere of influence, and whenever anything comes before you, then you'll take a look at it at that time. Or you can leave it the way it is currently, apparently, in the general plan, which is low-density residential for anything that might be annexed to the city, or increase the density. Or. Is that clear?
I have a question that might, if I may, through the chair.
Absolutely.
Might further confuse the issue, but we just talked about an overlay for Gateway. Couldn't we treat this area in the same way? Just do an overlay. Don't designate it anything, but do an overlay that says if it comes into the city, there's certain policies we want to, it gives the GPAC the ability to do some policy work on it and say if it comes into the city and if it's developed with housing, we want to see these certain policies followed. Maybe we want a certain amount of open space in the area for every dwelling unit that's built, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
The only thing I might bring up is we might come up back with many of the same issues, though, because it's not all open space. There are private homeowners, there's private property, vacant land up there, there's counties. In other words, we could do an overlay and then have a similar discussion as we had tonight, which is to say there's a lot of different interests there. Now they have a shroud of, an overlay. Mm-hmm. And so I guess the efficacy of an overlay is a question for me at this point. Well, I guess the heart of what we're talking about before is let's come up with a workable plan. I think the Gateway concepts like, hey, I'll entertain it, but it needs to be a workable plan for homeowners and the traffic. So I guess that's...
Well, I would say two other things. These properties already have a shroud over them in that they're in the county, and somebody already made the point that, in fact, I had a question here. There's a density designation via the county's ordinances. However, realistically, there's a whole nother density in that area because if you're going to build, you have to put in septic, and the septic requires you to have so much property, and because of the rocky soils and the terrain and so on and so forth, you'd need a lot of property just to build one house and put in that septic line. So there's code-designated density, and there's what's reality. If we bring it in, we hook it up to sewer, and we say, well, it's low density, and it's actually lower than the county, but not in reality it isn't. It's more dense than what the county would have. So the reason I bring up the overlay idea is to say, probably the way that this area would go is if it was annexed, it's not going to be annexed parcel by parcel. We saw that with Winding Way. It takes, because of our annexation policies, it takes adjacency and all these other things that have to happen. So probably what would happen is, someone's going to eye 5, 6 parcels at a time and buy those and want to develop. And what we could say is, if you're going to develop, then you're going to either buy another parcel and designate it as open space, so like a little neighborhood park or something like that, so that as it's built out, there are certain things, a certain look, a certain density that we want to see, et cetera.
Other comments?
It's a difficult area because, as the mayor said, it's designated apparently now. We've discovered, or allegedly discovered, it's the low density and 29 houses or whatever Mr. Savay said could possibly be there. If you designated open space, you could theoretically, as you said, have a take. You could make a case for, well, you're having a taking. If you let it go the way it is, it's really not ours. Again, which I get confused because it's the county land. I'm like, why do I want to even be involved with this when the county owns it? As Mr. Lanzone said, maybe the best thing to do is just leave our hands off of it and not designate it in any way, and just wait and next week, or probably on the 10th, apparently we're having something come before us on Winding Way. And, we'll deal with the facts of the matter the way they are now, as opposed to even discussing item 10 or area 10 in any way.
Right, and my comments are sort of in concert with that I think we should leave it undesignated. I think we should take it as it comes to us. And for me personally, I'd prefer not to have the single family density thing hanging out there, because I don't think that's necessarily in the best interest of the city to see that area developed in that way, in my opinion. So I'd entertain a motion.
Do nothing, then.
Do we need a motion to do nothing? Okay. Boy, that's government. Boy, I
make a motion that we do nothing, then.
No, so, Mr. City Attorney, so I sound somewhat educated, how do I?
The motion would be to send it back with the general plan policy of not having a property pre-designated for any use.
Okay, that would be my motion.
I'll second.
With that, any further discussion? Ms. Bowen?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Lewis?
Yes. Okay, so with that, we have other study area presentations, and Mr. Savay, if you want to respond to that as concisely as you might.
Mr. Mayor, what we'd like to do is have, go ahead.
Well, I just also want to make sure that while we consider the entire amount of time here and so forth, I'm sure other council members besides myself have some general comments beyond just specific area study comments. So go ahead and tell me what you were thinking, and let's talk about it.
Well, what we were thinking is that we would go through the remaining study areas, and Steve Nowak would just go through them briefly and talk about them, present them to you, what the different recommendations were. There was one study area that I think requires a little more discussion, in that study area 7. That probably was the second most widely discussed issue, so I'd like to talk about that in a little more detail. But I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Nowak to go through and just touch on them. Then I'll hit 7 and open it up to the council.
Thank you. That sounds good. And then, City Manager Weiss, because of the lateness of the hour, we may end up having to continue some of this to our next meeting. I know that's not the wish of everybody, but speaking beyond midnight for the public's benefit, our benefit, everything is diminishing returns. So,
I mean, the other two items that there are 3 other items, actually. We have a separate item to consider with respect to the 767 application and the request that it be processed. I mean, you're dealing with that indirectly by talking about your land use plan concepts. The other issues are a notice hearing on the traffic mitigation fee, and the third one is the pulled consent calendar item that is a labor contract. We could continue the labor contract till the next meeting, if it's something that we need to spend some time on. The traffic mitigation fee has been noticed. I suspect we could continue that to the next meeting as well. The difficulty we're going to end up with here is that if we have Winding Way, and we've already noticed that application, or that meeting, I believe, it ends up becoming a relatively full agenda for the November 10th meeting as well.
I understand, but we don't have any choice.
And I hear you.
Okay, but I thank you for the implication. Let's go ahead and continue and see how we do here till midnight.
And, Mr. Mayor, if I may, the other alternative to keep the general plan process somewhat on track, if you can't get to all those this evening, and also in recognition of all the people that are here on Area 7, I think that's, again, what we would ask is that the council address that one similar to the way you did the last two, and we could just hit that one. If we can get a motion for that, we'll be good.
That's
And we
great.
can
Let's
go.
do an Area 7 presentation, is that right?
I'm ready.
Give more of those.
Yeah.
In there now. I'm going to have this. Thank you.
Yeah. What's that? I don't know. You guys want? Mark? Yeah. Scotty? They're working hard.
You need to do it accurate.
Thank you for your patience as the computer loads the software here. Okay. Now, as I noted, one of the biggest points of discussion from the GPAC and the Planning Commission standpoint was this Area 7. But I wanted to back out just a little bit and look at our city from a broader standpoint because we're looking at land use. And a percentage of land area of our city, residential comprises 64% of our city, and industrial comprises about 14% of the city. So the yellow represents residential, and that's the blue area there represents all the commercial industrial lands that we have in our city, which is really, when we talked about it at the GPAC and Planning Commission and also the EDAC, is really the most important part of our economic well-being as a community. The idea to establish a whole new neighborhood is one of the proposals that is on the agenda for later. But again, residential was one of the big issues that was discussed as part of the discussion here. And so the introduction of residential in the commercial area was discussed. And introducing this, there was discussion about exacerbating the conflicts between existing residential uses and industrial uses. And so this yellow area represents this new residential neighborhood that has been discussed as a transition residential area between the 101 corridor and Industrial Way. And this is, again, about 26 acres of the city. The resulting land area here, if you reduced our industrial land use base, would be about a 6% reduction in the overall industrial commercial land area of our community. And further, this land area serves jobs, and it creates the jobs that are needed to maintain the balance between our housing and jobs in our community. So that was is another issue to consider. One of the other considerations is that maybe the market just doesn't support commercial industrial land in our community anymore. And we should follow the trends in other cities and let these lands go over to residential uses. But the fact is that for the past 12 years, as you can see, these are all the development that has taken place on the east side since the year of 1996. And perhaps the most significant and sustained economic growth in our community has really occurred here along this 101 corridor and generated these highly skilled jobs in our community. Now, continuation of these planned industrial, the planned industrial use designation along this corridor since the 40s and 50s has allowed for a transition. into clean technology, into offices, medical office uses, R&D, retail uses. And as you can see, this is where the investment has happened in our community for the last, for quite some time. Now, one of the other key issues is linear frontage along 101. And one of the things that the Economic Development Plan has said is that along the 101, this is some of our most important commercial land area because of its visibility and proximity to the Highway 101 corridor. And what this takes a look at is the other thing that you need to consider is that over the years, some of these parcels have been developed. And so the red areas represent the parcels that have most recently been developed in our community. And so really it withdraws that frontage, that highly sought-after frontage from our resource book for the next 20 years or so. So the yellow area represents what's left over. It's about 54% of our total lineal frontage along Highway 101. Now, if you look at this hatched area here where this residential would be, this represents this new residential neighborhood. And if that was done, it would take off the commercial industrial lands, and it would be a 20% reduction in the remaining commercial frontage along US 101 with this proposal. Now, there's a number of different organizations that have taken a look at this over the last few months and weighed in on it. It's been vetted, I think, rigorously by our community, by a number of different groups, and including the Chamber of Commerce today. And what you see is that the groups that have been actively engaged in this discussion on the left side of the screen, and there are some folks that are for the project. So these are the people who have weighed in during the process. Now, I know that you have received a number of different letters and correspondences from different organizations in addition to this. So this is just a partial list of those people. But I think in closing, we've talked about 75% of the retail and business and revenue coming from the east side of our city. And it really is it's the truth. And commercial investment, if it's going to happen in our community, this is where it's going to happen. This is where there's just simply no other land area in our community where this kind of commercial investment is going to take place. I mean, retail, office, R&D, clean tech, hotels. So we are unique, I think, from other cities in this way. And I'm going to conclude the presentation here and open it up for council discussion.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Savay? Yep. Councilmember Brooker?
Excuse me, I'm eating a Cliff Bar. The question I have is just kind of in general, as a planner, you know, what you've seen in training and experience. The mixed use, the mixed use developments, I guess I'm just wondering, you know, the genesis for it as in a city's history. And I'm kind of wondering if we're necessarily there yet, especially for this area. And I asked that question knowing staff's recommendation is already don't do this, but I'm trying to dig deeper a little bit into this because I'm looking at what you're saying and I'm pushing back a little bit because my idea of mixed use, if I understand it, is that you might lose you might have a 20% reduction in remaining commercial frontage, but at least having looked at the proposal at one time, you still have a ground floor of retail. It's got some retail in it, right? It's not all just housing. So I guess what I'm getting at, I'm sorry, I'm wandering around here a little bit, but where do we see mixed use coming into play in other cities, in other developments, and kind of what's the impetus for it?
Well, mixed use, and also it's referred to as transit-oriented development or smart growth, is typically within about a quarter of a mile of transit. So in our community, you would see it near the train station, near bus lines. El Camino Real is a perfect example. In fact, our El Camino Real corridor in Laurel Street and part of Old County Road has been recognized by ABAG, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and the council as our priority focus area for transit-oriented or mixed-use development. So we have recognized as a city that this is the area, because it's so close to the train station and other forms of transportation and services, parks and schools and places to shop. So typically what you'll see up and down the peninsula and the Bay Area and the state of California is you'll see the same thing. You'll see these areas that are designated, and it's becoming more and more popular throughout the state, to designate these areas along main thoroughfares. El Camino is a great example of where this would be. And in fact, other parts of the plan support that idea. In addition, this is where the funding will occur, because we've been recognized as a priority focus area in this corridor. The state and federal funding, we're now linked into that funding for those areas because they're within a quarter mile of the transit area. So I think that's an important point to make.
Thank you, Mr. Seve. And let me just make one comment to council. Okay, good. Given the hour, what we might be able to do is, depending on how much more comment there is in Area 7, to conclude on Area 7 and then try to get in 10B, because we have people here that are still for 10B and been hanging around all night. Is that consensus nod on that one? Okay. Other comments on the study Area 7? Is there any motion based on what's in front of us here? GPAC? This is 10B. We've already had public comment on this area.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to accept the GPAC version for Area 7.
Is there a second? I'll second. If there's no further discussion, Christine?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Lewis?
Yes. And with that, we will continue the rest of item 10A to our next meeting, and we'll move on to item number 10B. Okay. If I can find my agenda. Ms. Nelson, take it away.
Succinctly.
Oh, I
Yes, Mayor Grisilli. That doesn't go without saying at this point.
Ask me to spell it. There it is, end the show.
End show. Oh, okay.
And Ms. Nelson, we do have some public comment on this tonight, and we're hoping to get this in tonight, so please consider that in your presentation.
All right. Am I out of here, Al? Log off.
No, you don't want to log off. Assistance?
Can you get me out of here? Sorry.
Assistance?
I'm sorry. I will try to be succinct. The proposal before you tonight is an oddity of our code, which allows the planning. I'm up in the corner there, yeah. Which allows the city council to consider a resolution of intent outside of the regular general plan process. So the proposal is for a mixed-use commercial residential in that area 7, 3.8 acres, 3,100 square feet of commercial, 10,000 square feet of office in the ground floor of the residential part, and 143 units of residential. This is the project site. Across the street over Highway 101 is the airport. This is the residential portion for 143 residential. This is the industrial frontage, which would have 3,100 square feet of commercial. Two separate buildings. It's a horizontal mixed use. This site, south of the main part of the site, may or may not continue to be in the proposal, and the applicant could probably address that. Through the process, the applicant asked for the consideration of the transition area that Al showed you in Area 7, 26 acres. 6% of the east side commercial, and 20% of the highway frontage. It is the area between industrial and 101, Branston, and Holly. Al showed you that there have been significant 21st century industry that's already developed in the corridor. That's 78.5 acres, 33% of the freeway frontage, and 1,700 lineal feet. In context, this is the aerial, shows where this transition area is, and here's 767 directly across from the airport. And the yellow is all the rest of the highway frontage. Also in context, here is the graphic that was shown to you earlier by Carol Ford of the overflight area for the airport. Here's 767 industrial, and the frontage along Highway 101 that's in that overflight. In terms of the housing needs can be met in the other areas designated in the plan for multifamily, particularly in the focus area. And there are sufficient sites for 20 years. It provides for smart growth and transit-oriented development in the plan without 767 industrial or the transition zone, and also avoids any conflict. In terms of the balanced land use for the city's financial health, you adopted in June, policies in your budget that suggest that diversified revenue base also is related to your land use decisions. And we think these policies are important when you make the land use decisions, and the proposal for 767 industrial, or the transition area for that matter, cannot be found to meet these financial policies and objectives, as it would essentially eliminate future reuse of the commercial for commercial and industrial purposes. Once there is residential, as you experienced earlier this evening, it will remain residential. We also, in the staff report, talked about incompatible land uses. There's significant evidence of that also in the letters that you have received. There are conflicts between new residential and industrial users. You heard about that earlier this evening also. There'd be lost opportunity for the site for the preferred land uses. Could incentivize other investments. So not only 767 and the 26 acres of the transition zone, but other major parcels. One of the council members asked about why in the region are we seeing these. Big parcels are appealing to residential developers, and the big parcels happen to be in industrial districts. Also, there's lost opportunity for your economic development plan. There's inherent conflicts that Greater East Side community has given evidence of noise, traffic, proximity to toxics of the industrial lands that surround them, and it's just another reason, if you look at the flip side, of not to place new residential neighborhoods in that same situation. There's also been a recent study through MTC and ABAG about the loss of industrial land in the Mid-Peninsula. We actually have a healthy industrial base, and as it moves to the Central Valley, there are implications for continued dispersion of industrial. So more truck traffic, greater congestion, more truck emissions, higher costs for business and business sales, and you want me to wrap up?
Well, just some of this is a little bit repetitive to what Mr. Saveri just went over, so I think some of this is...
So let me just then get to why you would even consider this. You can do a general plan amendment by application of a property owner, and that happened last summer. After some discussion, that application was withdrawn, and in the spring of this year, the applicant asked that we do this process through a resolution of intention, which essentially is going through either the general plan amendment process or directly to the Planning Commission and City Council. the staff's recommendation for denial of this is really related to the 2-year process that you currently are in, 1 year of which has already happened, several $100,000 of expense, and the input for lack of support for the proposal in that process. So the Planning Commission on their meeting of July 7th recommended 3-0 that you study this through a resolution of intent. They did not, however, in their recommendation to you on Area 7, suggest that mixed use should be included in Area 7. So there is a built-in conflict there already. The staff recommendation is that you not adopt this general plan intent. But if you do, then decouple it from the general plan and require an evaluation at the full expense of the applicant. And if you don't, let the general plan proceed based on the results of the general plan update, majority of the input to date. And also, if you choose to do this, then clarify the resolution of intent, either that it's the 32-acre site or it's the 26-acre transition area or other area defined by the council. And further, if you decide to adopt the resolution of intent, allow the general plan update process to proceed on its existing schedule and require that the applicant for 767 fully fund all expenses incurred for the entire geographic area of whatever you decide. So in conclusion, this staff's position, the Planning Commission suggests you do this. The input we've received since has suggested that the community-based collaborative process does not favor mixed use, but ultimately it's the council's to decide.
Thank you. I have public comment slips here. I think we're going to have to continue the meeting to 12:15. Is there, beyond public comment and council discussion, is there anything else on this item tonight?
I don't believe there's anything beyond on this item, no.
No, I just, is there other information from that? I'm trying to figure out if we need to continue this or whether or not we should.
There may be speakers on it. The applicant may want to speak to the council on this.
That's what I'm
item. He has indicated, I think, a desire to speak on the item. I believe he may have a PowerPoint, as a matter of fact, that he'd like to share with you, but it's up to the council's discretion.
How long is that, do you think? So, okay, please, let's let council all decide together. Understand. What are your feelings, Vice Mayor Griselli?
No, the difficulty is I think Mr. Bear is entitled to a full hearing on this, and he's not going to get a full hearing on this tonight. I mean, I'll be honest with you. You're not going to get a full hearing, and it's not our. I mean, it's the way the process is. I mean, this, in my opinion, and again, nothing against the mayor.
I haven't professed anything yet. You can't be against me. Where do I come out?
I just feel it should be continued. The whole item should be continued.
Okay, council discussion. That's actually why I'm bringing it up, Bob, so we can actually have the discussion.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I apologize.
Mr. Mayor, I'll disagree. This is on the agenda. We're here. We've committed to finishing up this agenda. Let's do this.
I'm ready to continue.
I think I'd like to see what the applicant, what's the applicant's preference? To continue?
He's here.
Let's talk. Fine. I'll listen.
Yeah,
fine.
He wants.
Okay. Motion to continue the meeting.
Well, I mean, why was
Mr. Mayor, move to continue the meeting to 12:30.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Could I vote no? Opposed? Thank you.
Mayor Lewis, members of the council, thank you. I'm John Baer, Director of Development for Madison Realty. I wanted to check in for a second. There was a package that was to be delivered. I want to make sure you got that, because in this package, thank you, we did point out that tomorrow night we've been working with the East Side neighborhood, the GESC, for the last 3 years on this, with the board who has unequivocally supported the mixed-use concept. Tomorrow, a month ago we scheduled for tomorrow night a full neighborhood forum. And we only found out, frankly, 10 days ago that this was scheduled the day before the neighborhood forum. So I think there is merit in allowing the GSC an opportunity to comment in full on this proposal tomorrow night. And I believe members of the GSC are here. So we sent a letter saying, it seems to us, given the GSC's concern about maybe not having as much input on projects as they would like, why don't we let them speak tomorrow? We'll come back to you with a fully informed opinion from the neighborhood. And we requested a deferral of this meeting. So our preference is to actually let the neighborhood, all 70 of the attendees who are expected, chime in. So.
Okay. Councilor, do you want to continue?
If not, I'll go tonight. I mean, we'll proceed, but.
Council's preference to continue tonight with the presentation?
Yeah, but it is. However, if the applicant wants to continue that, I have no problem with them pulling it, continuing. Myself, that's one guy.
So, and I'm sorry, City Manager Weiss, was there only 2 days ago that they were made aware of tonight's?
No, about a week ago.
I'm sorry, they said
10 days ago, maybe.
You and I have talked about the schedule.
I was under the impression this has been an ongoing item, trying to get on the agenda for months and months and months.
And the Planning
City
Commission.
Manager and I have been trying to get this on, and we haven't been able to get on the agenda. So it's not a surprise in the process.
And the Planning Commission approved it in July. I mean, so it's been waiting to get on our agenda since July. Now, in consideration of the lateness of the hour, it's fully the council's decision as to whether or not you want to hear this tonight or not. We thought it was linked with the land use plan discussion that you've just had, and we thought there would be several people here tonight that would speak to both issues. And so we thought it was a convenience to the community, as well as to the applicant, frankly, to put it on at the same time.
So council preference, I'm just looking for consensus on preference, whether we continue to tackle right now or whether you guys want to continue to the next meeting.
Yeah, my preference, Mr. Mayor, is keep going. It's on the agenda. Folks are here. This is not a surprise meeting. Let's go.
Okay. Sure. Okay. We have consensus to continue. Please make your presentation.
So I think to Councilmember Vasili's point, we submitted this project initially 3 years ago. And so tonight is our only hearing in front of you. So if you don't mind, I am going to request the opportunity for a full presentation.
You said about 15 minutes? Go.
15 to 20 minutes. I'm just going to move as quick as I can.
Thank you.
Same one?
No, this is the actual hard copy presentation, so use your reference pages and we can move, because I'll probably skip some pages because of the time. And I will move very quickly because some of this was in the package I submitted to you. And I need to get out of this. I think I'm probably at end show.
One, my assistants, John, I can get you out of there pretty quick.
I'm going back to my Apple days here. And is that the council right there? Sure. And we're going to go to View, Slideshow. Okay. You ready? 75 RPM here. This is not a project study session. It was agreed that we would proceed under a directive. The issue this evening is simply a discussion of a proposed land use. The question before you, and it's for the site and a project area, if the land use designation, does the land use designation which would allow for development of the proposed mixed-use project warrant further discussion and analysis with associated costs borne by the developer? The point here is we didn't want to go through the entire environmental review and all the complexity of a full project review without any feedback at all, if this makes sense. So this has been employed by us in other cities, and it's been very successful. I mean, it works quite well to get feedback from you before we embark on this lengthy environmental review. I want to define very clearly the project area. It is this 4 or 5 block area, and And I'm including the hotel site only because de facto the hotel is a component of mixed use. It is this area. We are not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that a proposed mixed-use district makes sense anywhere else in the east side, in the HIA or around American. It is this discrete 4-block area, and frankly, it is a gateway. It wouldn't make sense anyplace else. At the same time, for you all to view this 4-block area like other 4-block areas in the east side seriously undervalues the intrinsics of this particular area. So it's a unique opportunity: revitalization, compatibility for GESC, sustainability, new housing units, and a response to evolving workplace. I'm going to focus on the top 3. There's a lot of planning about what the workplace is going to look like in the 21st century, and it's going to look different. It's going to incorporate a mix of uses, pedestrian pathways, subterranean parking, pocket parks. It's a weaving together of a variety of uses. Bay Meadows is actually a very good example of this. We have a 3.5-acre site. We have a 99-year land lease on the frontage. We are in joint venture with the Deerfield Group on the back parcel. The back parcel is actually a flag lot. The purchase option has expired on the little radiator shop. Our proposal, again, very conceptual from 3 years ago, was frontage commercial, bleeding down a pedestrian corridor with a little ground floor commercial or retail, and then the housing units above. This is a very flexible design, as I'll show you later. Lost-style residence is part of this 21st century workplace. And really, the concept about the corridor was Santana Row, the promenade. It's sustainable, it's walkable, it breeds successful retail rather than just a standalone retail center, and it illustrates the investment potential that is available for this district. Revitalization. I'm just going to remind you, we take source documents in everything we do, whether it's acoustic studies or traffic studies. The source documents on this, in 2000, ERA Economic Development Study said, you've got a major shift happening in your industrial manufacturing space. And by the way, you should consider some loft housing. They repeated this in 2006, saying specifically, you should not expend resources trying to retain traditional manufacturing firms. You are delaying the inevitable. There is a global shift in what's happening in terms of the traditional industrial and manufacturing uses. This was confirmed by the PANT VRA. Very interesting that with project information provided by staff, that they anticipated over the next 20-year cycle a loss of 1 million square feet in manufacturing and warehouse. So there's going to have to be a reconciliation here of exactly what's going to happen over the next 20 years on the east side. Then the Economic Development Plan picked up on this and said, you've got changing land use patterns, and the time is ripe to implement catalyst projects and bring new life to the San Carlos business community. These were the source documents upon which we thought there's an opportunity here. ERA's predictions, frankly, coupled with disincentives from the PM2, are pretty evident in this gateway area. And I do want to point out the gateway is bounded by a hospital on one side, the hotel, the anticipation of retail to the south, and then the neighborhood. So this sense that it's somehow, a fundamental part of the industrial base is a little bit odds with what the expected land uses are. This is, in fact, separated completely from the existing industrial base by these preferred uses. And this is what the district looks like. You've had an undeveloped hotel site for well over 10 years. Our site has been 7 years. You've got a spectacular 1-acre parcel, and you'll see the little couch in front. In the middle of this district, that there's been zero investment, there's been disinvestment. You've got classic car storage, and actually there's 2 of these, but you have classic car storage along the industrial frontage. When we purchased or got in contract on our site, I got a call from people who were interested in purchasing for classic car storage. There are only 2 communities where this is even possible. And one is the harshest sections of Burlingame, and the second is the industrial corridor. I mean, that tells you what's going on with respect to the fundamental economics in this area when classic car storage is a viable use. All right, I want to spend a minute here. 20 years of disinvestment in the Gateway suggests there is a very large revitalization premium that is available for the city and for the property owners. The intrinsics of this parcel are as good as any in the Mid-Peninsula. It's got visibility, transit, center of employment, and boundaries. The problem is, and I really hope I can capture your attention here for a second, the market value for this land is about $35 a foot. The intrinsic value, given the quality of the site, if you compare it to any other Mid-Peninsula parcel, like a Bay Meadows, I mean, there's many of them, it should be like $90 a foot. The difference between 35 and 90 is a function of what the PM2 has done to this district. It's commercial rent control. The unrealized value of that $55 is almost $63 million of land value. It represents almost $750 million of development potential, and I can't possibly estimate what the annual revenues would be on that. So the numbers with respect to this 26-acre zone, when we talk about preserving the sales tax base on the east side, this is where the economic base is on the east side. It's through revitalizations of districts that are just frankly underperforming relative to the rest of the peninsula. So, question is, what land use designation gives you the opportunity to capture this revitalization premium over the next 20 years? Well, GPAC said keep it PM2. That is not going to get it done. Staff suggests, and I actually think there's some merit in this. I mean, I think staff recognizes this is a pretty important area, and they suggest that regional box retail is their preference. However, it is still a very low FAR product. You have a very small building and a very big parking lot. So the land value remains depressed. There is a pending oversupply of retail. There's no consensus that mid to large plate retail in this area is what people want, and it's not sustainable. So we are proposing a third alternative. In this particular district, a 21st century mixed-use workplace. It's high FAR, it's high revenues, and it results in private investment. Just march on down the street, look at Bay Meadows, head on over to Palo Alto and look at the off-ramps there. This is the same formula that's working around the peninsula. This is what happens when you keep the PM2 in place. Regional retail, look, we own $700 million of regional retail. The problem is you end up with a small building and a huge parking lot. It's not sustainable because of the traffic impacts. Your freeway frontage, which is valuable, is dominated by a monstrous parking lot. It's not dominated by income-producing buildings. It's a little building and a huge parking lot. And there is a pending oversupply. And this is the most critical point I can make about regional retail. Recent study from the joint Silicon Valley, whatever they are, I have to, unfortunately, don't remember all the acronyms. How much can be supported? There's demand for about 1.1. There's currently supply of about 1.6. And every city is building more retail. You're building right into the firestorm of oversupply. So this is what we think you should do. This is a mix of use. You can have retail. You can have light industrial. You can have light manufacturing. You can have beautiful cabinet shops. You can have classic car storage. You can have loft housing. You can have R&D, green technology. The concept is a 21st century mix of uses. It's not a residential district. I mean, we're not talking a residential district. We are talking a 21st century mixed use workplace. And look around. This is Emeryville. They did Mayor Lewis, your company's there. They did a spectacular job along their corridor. Foster City's doing it right now. Redwood City, this is the area where we did it. They did a precise plan. They took industrial and commercial and they blended it into a whole mixed-use district. This is in Milpitas. Industrial is now their transit center. And you can see industrial, high-density residential, mixed units all blended together. This is the newest redevelopment opportunity in Palo Alto is the satellite district on San Antonio Road. They're taking their industrial and satellite district and converting it to mixed use. So before we conclude that it isn't feasible, I think we need a little more time on this because, in fact, community after community after community are making the same exact decision that we face, and they are supporting the mixed-use concept as a revitalization opportunity. GESC compatibility. We've met with them for 3 years, and it's a wonderful opportunity for them. It's walkable, good services and entertainment. It's a positive impact on their values. It's sustainable. It gets long-standing hotspots cleaned up, and the development impact fees stay on the east side. And we do have the forum tomorrow night. We're bringing the pizza. Oops, I want to go back one. I'm sorry. Last viewed. This really kind of tells the story for the east side. This is their walkable gathering place. I just would suggest that this unique 4-block area is an opportunity not for just the community, but for the GSC as well, to create a district. Sustainable. Underlying premise of GPAC is that job growth is on the east side and housing growth is on the west side. That separation of new housing from new jobs is absolutely adverse to the fundamental principles of sustainability. You're going to put your new housing at the epicenter of your new job growth, and you're going to try to keep it walkable to a train station. We are TOD. We're closer to the train station than the El Camino site that we're building, and you were granted the CK grants. So here's the other issue. Local governments have an incentive to subsidize retail, big box retail, because of the way sales tax work. Unfortunately, it does separate workers from their jobs. It is a lack of affordable housing, and it does export impacts. So I just would suggest that regional retail is just not sustainable over the next 20 years. And probably because of the traffic impacts. Okay, I'm going to just hit on a couple of the objections. I know you all are getting tired. Loss of freeway frontage. This was the staff's preferred solution some time ago, and it was box retail all along this district. So clearly, if we're going to eliminate valuable 101 frontage for the industrial uses, I mean, this actually served the same purpose. We proposed this site plan, but we could do that site plan. In other words, the mixed use could be on the freeway, and you could have the rest of the structure adverse to the freeway. So the fact that we had a site plan that showed a pedestrian corridor and the housing against the freeway is completely changeable. Airport noise. I just want to spend 1 second on this. We really do understand the concerns of the airport. We completed a 96-hour continuous acoustic study, and the conclusions based on the acoustic study went on for 4 continuous days are, frankly, the noise from the airport is a secondary concern to the noise from the freeway. If you can mitigate the noise from the freeway, you have de facto mitigated the noise from the airport. And fortunately, projects all around the Bay Area are mitigating freeway sound. The helicopters were identified. There's less than 4 flights a day, all during the daytime, that register anything even close to the freeway noise. So acoustic engineers have said you're going to be able to mitigate the issues with the airport. All right, I think I'm going to wrap up because really those are our key issues. All I would say is I think this is not a project study session. It is not a project approval. It's simply saying there's enough questions to ask here, enough analytics left to do to leave the opportunity open for mixed use in this very precise 4-block district. Thank you.
Council? Discussion? Oh, yeah, we do have public comments. I'm sorry. Is Eric Sevum here? Sandy Ruyamas? Oh, Eric, you're here?
I spoke a little bit earlier, but I am a property owner across the street and a business owner across the street from this site, and I just see if mixed use and residential move in here, it will spread out as they're proposing, and I don't see our business staying around in the area. We will have to move out, and the businesses that support us. So with this in place, we will all be affected, all of us business owners. Just please take that into account. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Seven. Sandy Ramos. Chris Whitman, be next.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, I need to put a slip up there.
Chris. And is Sandy Ramos still here? Okay.
Chris Whitman, thank you very much again. Very briefly, 2 comments. First, I just want to respond briefly to Al Savay's comments about why mixed use. Al identified that mixed use definitely occurs and makes sense around transit for sustainability and other reasons. However, mixed use also occurs near jobs and near services, and it supports the development of both of those. And you just need to go to Emeryville and Bridgepoint in Foster City to see examples of this. So if you want jobs, if you want services, you want that kind of economic development, you are seeing mixed use happening more and more, in addition to transit locations. The main point I'd like to make is from the work that I try to do in the city on a volunteer basis on behalf of economic development, I think we need to face up to the fact that we cannot support our city's expenses of the future with land uses of the past. With our economic land uses of the past, they are not going to be able to keep up with our expenses of the future. We need to face up to that. We need to deal with it. And San Carlos desperately needs to create new incentives to attract investment dollars. And being blinded by false either projections, such as either all industrial or no industrial, and going back to the future is not an example of our collective creative best, particularly in our gateway area. And I think we need to think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thomas Neeson. And Rob Boynton will be next.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I have a few points I need to clarify about John Baer's proposal. First of all, the loss of industrial space, in my mind, is not due to natural attrition. We have heard that our industrial space is almost fully occupied. It's actually due to aggressive redevelopment. That's what causes that change, and that's where those numbers come from. Second, the notion that $35 a square foot is the current value of our industrial property in that 4-block radius is simply not true. And I will cite from the Economic Development Workbook by the City of San Carlos, taken from data from the county. These following properties were sold in the last 5 years in that area. 595 industrial sold for $3.7 million. 615 industrial sold for $2.15 million. 625 industrial sold for $3.6 million. And they probably put a $4 million building on it. I can go on and on here. There's 8 of them that I've discovered in the last, it took me 20 minutes to find 8 of them. I could probably get all of them for you if you'd like. That represents a dollar value closer to $80 to $85 a square foot for the dirt and $200 a square foot for the buildings. These are all owner users that have moved in and run their businesses in this area. So the notion that this area is underutilized and underserved is just simply not true. And the last point I would like to make is I would like you to join EDAC, GPAC, the San Carlos Chamber of Commerce, the Harbor Industrial Association, and the San Carlos Airport Association in voting no to all residential uses in our industrial area. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Boynton. Is Rob here? And the only other speaker slips I have are for Amber Methrol. Can you hold on 1 second, please? Thank you. And is either Carol Ford or Jonathan Hall still here?
Carol left.
Okay. Then if anybody else would like to speak on this issue, please.
Apologize. Ben Fuller, Greater East San Carlos Neighborhood Association. I really like John Baer's project, and our community does as well. We think it shows a lot of vision for the future. I agree with John that it's just a sign of the times, and eventually these industrial areas are going to start to diminish. we think it's a lot better the way that John's organization has been working with us as compared to the San Carlos Transit Village, which is essentially a 50-foot wall that is going to block our view, add noise, and all sorts of other stuff. But we know that the city does have a housing requirement, and we think this would be a great way to meet it. And we're really excited about the idea of having these mixed-use residential opportunities for us to go and visit the local cafes and extra storefront that would be available. So we actually support John's project. We understand that there are some issues with the industrial needs for the city, but we think that the harbor industrial area is enough, and that this would be actually a great way to sort of expand our neighborhood and provide a nice buffer. And it sounds like retail really isn't the way to go, and we're totally oversupplied as it is, and it's selling a bunch of stuff from China. So maybe this would be a nice way to sort of mix in and add some new residents to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please.
I'm Teddy Cullen, and I was not prepared to really speak on this matter whatsoever. However, I just need to express my opposition against this. I agree that the mixed use of residential and commercial and industrial does not mix whatsoever. I run a business on the east side and am a property owner there as well, and it has proven in the past to not work out at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment tonight on this issue? Okay. Council discussion.
I have a question for Mr. Bear, if I might, through the chair.
Sure. Yeah.
We did have in our packet a letter. We were given the complete history on this thing, I guess. And we have a letter of January 18, 2008, where you guys the Matheson companies were requesting to pull back on your application.
Yeah.
And it mentions, in light of encouraging discussions with both the truck rental sale company and the mid-market hotel operator, we believe it makes sense to put on hold, the consideration of the project. Excuse me for being blunt, but it looks like, whatever opportunity is best is what's best for Matheson Company and the applicant.
The value of the land was $35 a foot. I mean, the Marriott could only offer $35 a foot, and the truck group, Henjold, couldn't get to $35 a foot. So it just wasn't feasible. I mean, there was no way to sell the land at $35 a foot when its intrinsic value is higher than that. I'm not suggesting the value isn't higher, and just saying what the market will pay. This is why the hotel is not developed on your corner, because the hotel is only prepared to pay roughly $35 a foot, and the sellers aren't going to let go of their land at $35 a foot.
So when you were entertaining these proposals, when you were entertaining things with these two companies, it was $35 a foot?
Yeah, we went very far with Marriott, way down the path, and they kept trying to sneak over it. They could not get over $35 a foot. So we finally said that's just not going to work for us.
Okay, thank you for answering the question.
Okay. Other discussion, Council?
I'll jump into discussion. Wanted to point out one thing. Mr. Bear mentioned that the freeway noise would be the mitigating thing that would be needed to be mitigated. I would tend to disagree in this sense. Freeway noise is kind of a white background noise. It's rather constant. Helicopter noise, when I served on the airport roundtable, and as Mr. Ahmad does now, what we look at with airports and airplanes and helicopters and so forth is usually single event noise. And that's the thing that people get disturbed about and make complaints about. So you can have freeway noise running all day long, and you get used to it, and you go, okay. And plus, if you have, even if you have triple pane windows or whatever, once in a while you like to open your windows. And when you do, you get that constant noise. The thing that's a bother is when all of a sudden you get an event. And an event will actually sound louder than freeway noise, which may actually be louder because it's single event. So there's a point to be considered there. All that said, it looks to me like this is an application for, hey, we want to do a study and we're willing to pay for it. Part of me feels like, okay, fine, have your study. You can see the action we took already on our general plan, but if you want to do a study, have at it. So part of me feels like, personally, I'm not sold on the idea of mixed use for this 4-block area. We're not Milpitas, we're not Redwood City, we're not cities of that kind of makeup. We're different. And I think we have a very, as Mr. Savay showed us, we've got a very unique situation in San Carlos. And I think it's, in a lot of ways, it's a envy of other cities, the way we're set up. I'm not so willing to tinker with that. But on the other hand, if somebody wants to do a study and pay for it, who am I to stand in the way?
Other council members?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not in favor of this proposal. Fair disclosure, I am a pilot. I'm not a member of the San Carlos Pilot Association. I'm a member of AOPA. I'd love to see the 96 hours that you did, because I'll tell you, I do 4 takeoffs and landings inside of 20 minutes. Among the things that, for the examples that were pointed out, none of these areas are in transition zones. One of the call signs that we learned as pilots, San Carlos Tower approves you for transition at or above 1,000 feet, stay west of the Bay Shore. Guess what? I'm zooping right over that building. The other thing is that 767 is literally at a call point in the airport known as midfield. If I'm coming out from Half Moon Bay, it is call midfield, cross, do right traffic for the next runway. I'm going right over this thing. You may have had a very interesting 96 hours to measure, but I know there's noise. The other part, and I've said this ever since I was a candidate, I'm going to defend the industrial area. It is like the rainforest. Once you cut it down, it's gone. Also, by fair disclosure, my office, my livelihood is based in the harbor industrial area and the unique ecosystem that is there. The fact that I can go and get stuff welded, the fact that I can get gas from someplace else, the fact that there are machine shops, this is a unique ecosystem. It needs to be encouraged. Mixed use in this area specifically is not something I would support. If Mr. Baer and his group want to look at something on East San Carlos Avenue, which is an area which we are trying to develop for walkability, which is something that is much more residential, I'd love to work with them. But in this area, I will not support it.
Okay. This one, Royce?
So overall, I think the project has some very visionary, very creative. I think a lot of what John talked about for the future, I actually agree with. But bottom line, I just don't think that's the right place. I think San Carlos is the right place, but not that area. I think transit-oriented. We've had a lot of success. It's on the other side, west side of downtown. It's El Camino. Yeah, I'd like to see more growth, of course, on Old County, even East San Carlos Avenue. But to me, that site, I've walked it. It is somewhat secluded. It's a little farther away, and it's next to a freeway. I just don't sense the location fits. But the concept and the building and everything you talked about, I think is beautiful. Secondly, I still have bruises from the Planning Commission, from a bakery going in saying, residents showing up and they say, no, they don't like the smell of baked bread or the slamming metal doors. And really, when you look at residential design, when we approve homes, the neighborhood shows up, and it needs to fit in the neighbor. And I think a lot of the neighbors have voiced opinions or wrote letters, and I don't know of any neighbors that are very pleased. I think they're very concerned on the types of operations that they run. And in this city, I think the police, I don't think we should be doing this, but I think the police give more power to a resident in calls than a business owner. And there's entertainment and restaurants and things on the hill I could give examples to. So, again, I'm a little shell-shy from the Planning Commission on complaints when you mix residential mixed use with what's around the area. And the last item is we just remodeled, re-landscaped industrial to the best of our ability. And there are certain limitations that we have that started 30, 40 years ago. We don't have a frontage road, which a lot of cities do. When we built REI and Marketplace, Best Buy, we had some opportunities. We don't have frontage road. We have a Marketplace with a fence around it. So if I go to REI and my wife wants to go to Best Buy, we got to get in a car and drive from REI to Best Buy. If someone travels south on industrial, try to make a U-turn. industrial is stretched, and we need to be very careful to accommodate shoppers from outside of San Carlos and businesses where trucks and customers can come in, pop in, I call it pop in, the old British term, pop in and pop out, make a sale, and we need to really make sure we have smart growth and try to maximize our use of industrial. And I think this project, of course, could have some impact on that, especially at peak times. So, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Russo.
Well, we just, I'm very sensitive to developers coming in, and I appreciate, Mr. Baer, your comment about whether it is or it isn't going to happen one way or the other and getting your answer, because time is always money on your side. We just voted half hour ago or whatever for Area 7 in a certain way. To somehow now say that we're changing our mind in a half an hour, I'm a little confused. We voted a certain way. We said we didn't want residential there, and now this comes before us. It's a very difficult issue. I would recommend that we take alternative 2 and not lead Mr. Baer and his company down some sort of possible garden path, unless all of a sudden we're going to have a catharsis here at 12:30 in the morning.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, move to extend 10 minutes.
Second? I'll second that. Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. Aye. Opposed?
No,
Aye. Sorry. I'm getting numb in my right ear. I think I agree with Councilmember Royce. I love the 21st century concept. I don't know if this is the right spot for it. And I do think that there are areas on the west side as well as the east side that could afford this concept, especially in the El Camino corridor, which is great proximity to downtown. I think it maybe fits with a greater, this type of retail use, and it's closer to the train station. So given the lateness of the hour, I'll truncate my comments to that and entertain a motion. This is whether or not to process the applicant's
What action?
Option 1 adopts the resolution of intention. Option 2, do not adopt the resolution of intention. So the motion would be to not move.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt option 2, not.
That'll work.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Ms. Bowden?
Councilmember Mod?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Lewis?
Yes. And with that, we will...
Through the chair?
Yes.
I know it's late. On the public hearing, it would be appropriate to open the public hearing and continue it to the next meeting. And then if the council would bear with us, we do have union representatives and the administrative services director. If we could just take a couple of minutes on the union contract that was pulled from the consent calendar, we would very much appreciate it.
So on item number 9A, we will open the public hearing on item number 9A, continue that hearing to the next meeting?
To the next meeting, November 10th.
And that starts the clock on item 9A. Is that how that works?
No, but we don't have to republish.
Okay. Oh. All right. So do I have a motion on item number 9A?
So, Mr. Mayor, with regard to item 9A, I move to open the public hearing and continue to the November 10th
meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Public comment at this time? All right. And this, do we vote on this? Do we vote on this?
Vote to continue, yeah.
Vote to continue? That's the motion before us. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Item number 7L, we think we can do a quick presentation on this to satisfy Councilmember Grocott. Sorry for the lateness of the hour, everybody.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council.
Good morning. Didn't need that.
Are you buying breakfast or?
Yeah. I'm just curious if it's so late at this point you don't even have to vote to continue the meeting because it's early for
for the new today.
I've got to go to work. Go ahead.
Jeff Maltby, Administrative Services Director. Before you this evening is a labor contract with the AFSCME Clerical Technical Unit with the city. The unit comprises approximately 10 employees. This contract is set to expire at the end of October. The proposed contract before you is a 2-year contract. It includes 3.5% cost of living increase for the employees of the unit in both the first and second year, which is a little below the regional CIP indexes right now. In addition, and in light of the city's current and ongoing financial constraints, the city staff, along with the employees of this unit, worked together to craft a contract that had in it provisions to help the city financially, both today and ongoing into the future. This would include a reduced retirement benefit for new employees hired on or after January 1st, 2009 at 2.5% at 55, a change in the flex plan contribution, which is the medical contribution for active employees, that would go from a 100% contribution with a 10% cap to a 95% contribution with a 8% cap this year and a 9% cap next year. There was a significant change in this contract on the longevity benefit, also talked about as retiree medical, that reduces the benefit for future employees hired on or after January 1st, 2009 from the current $610 today to $350. There would also be no post-employment increases in the $350. Those are really the significant elements, financial elements to the proposed contract. I know Sharon McAlevey from AFSCME is here, as well as Alicia Valdez, a city employee, a member of this unit. I don't know if you'd like to speak a little tonight, but if not, they're here. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer, and I'm sure Sharon would as well.
Would you like to speak, or do you want to have questions? You do need to go to the microphone because it's being recorded.
Thank you for extending the meeting for this. Just really, after it is approved, just to say thank you. It was really tough, and we appreciate you recognizing the current employees, even though you had to do something for the newer people coming in. So we really appreciate it in this climate, the contract that we were able to negotiate.
Great. Thank you very much. And Council, any other comments?
I just had one question. I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure. One of the goals, at least on my part, was, we had gotten a report that showed increases in city expenses about 3 to 3.5%. Let's call it maybe even 4% on all our costs except for employee costs. And employee costs, we were at 7 to 8% per year. This brings us, and my goal was, let's get our employee costs more in line with our other costs if they're going to increase. This does that. This one contract does that. Maybe not the others we have out there, but this one contract does that.
That's correct.
And into the future, it actually might even bring it down because of the retirement benefits and so forth.
Yeah. My feeling is this contract is very much in the spirit of a lot of the issues that the council has been talking about when it comes to the city's budget and finances, and as that relates to employee costs.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Anything else, Council?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work of city staff and the union representatives. It's a tough economic climate, and it's tough negotiations, and I think everybody did a great job. So I will also move for the approval of item 7K.
It's L.
7L. Do we have a second?
7L.
L. Sorry, 7L.
Second.
Christine?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes. Denoted.
That's it.
That's what you get for being cranky.
Hero yesterday.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Lewis?
Yes. Very good. All right. Thanks, staff, for hanging in there. Thanks, AFSCME, for staying late tonight, everybody. And we'll see you in 2 weeks.